Yeah, no, I mean, this is very much going to be off the cuff because it's just amazing. Just this one story, dude, that I woke up this morning to you texting me this story. I didn't even
Dude,
know about it. And you said there's like 10 things that we touched on last night that's in this story alone. And that's right. That's mainly what we're going to be talking about and just showing how perfect this is.
dude, it's like it's a trip. Like this is definitely one that is like for the books. Like one, like I have a bunch of crazy examples, and this is one of them for sure.
Yeah. And
Like one of the top.
I had a lot more time, if you will, to kind of put the images together from last night. Obviously, we have to kind of scramble a little bit, if you will, but it's not a big deal. I mean, the work's been done. We just need to rehash what we talked about and show how crazy this is.
Yeah, I'm gonna pull up the story real quick so people can see, and we can read it from different perspectives too. I think that would be interesting because there might be details from different sources that um it
Yeah, hey,
might.
let me share my screen for this one slide, I guess, to set the stage,
Okay,
because
yeah,
to show how just beautiful this is. I mean, if anybody's going to take the side of, oh, Sean and AJ are in the know of all this stuff and they did this on purpose, I said it last night, you guys would be giving us way too much credit. Way too much credit. But look at this, Sean. I just requested screen share. Last night, the opening minute of our live last night was we were talking about our hats. I pointed out Sean talking about his upside down LA hat, and he said, "Yeah, I did that on purpose. It was for the event." And I was like, "I love it." That's why I mentioned why I was wearing my hat, Austin. So I was wearing a hat that says Austin. Obviously, it ties back to Matthew McConaughey. That was a big part of last night's presentation. And then, sure enough, I wake up to Sean's text showing me this story. Apparently, this happened yesterday. I'm still trying. I'm trying to find the early, like the soonest, or the earliest story, right? But this broke yesterday or this morning, one of the two.
right.
And hence your thumbnail. We're going to get into it, but come on, guys. Austin Metcalf was attacked after telling a teen from a different school that he was sitting in the wrong spot. So we'll just start there. I just wanted to share that as kind of maybe a curtain unveiling. Like just last night, dude, I'm wearing Austin on my head. Now we have Austin Metcalf in a brotherly love stabbing in the heart story. Once again, you guys are giving us way too much credit if you guys think that we are behind something like this, it's crazy.
Yeah. Am I
yeah, so I'll stop my
is my camera like am I lagging?
Not to me.
Okay. My computer's, damn it, I should have clicked out of everything before we started. But actually if you can, oh, okay, maybe it'll work now. You still there?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Okay. Yeah, okay, I'm about to share my screen. Well, I just want to say what's up to hi Betty, hi Coffee Girl. Thanks for coming and hanging out with us right now. It means a lot.
Coffee Girl is great. I need to have a chat and have a coffee with Coffee Girl one of these days, for sure.
Me too. That would be a huge pleasure. What's up, David? Okay. So yeah, we're gonna be talking about this story here. This is what, if you're not sure what we're talking about, I mean, it was in the thumbnail, but still, maybe you haven't heard the story. It's so for context, for context, we found out about this morning, and what we're going to show is how it lines up crazy. Like, there's so many details about what we were talking about in yesterday's stream. I guess just to give a brief summary of it, it was about, the theme of it was a love story and becoming like a child, being like children, innocence, all that. So keep that in mind. The children, innocence. We were talking about Matthew McConaughey for a chunk of the time, but so that'll just set the stage a little bit. But this story here, so the events happened yesterday, and it really started breaking this morning because I don't, like AJ said, I don't think it was being talked about at all until today, and you'll see that. So it says, man says son was stabbed in the heart at high school track meet, died in twin arms. But the World Star Hip Hop, like the thumbnail that was like, it's so detailed. It's almost like that thumbnail was like speaking to us. Do you have anything to add while this is loading?
It was just so specific. Like the headline, right? You know, World Star does a lot of like big headlines, but Sean, you and I had a blip last night where we talked about the number 17. That's how we started our live stream.
Yeah.
We talked about how this is what, like, you and I have been onto something for a long time and we didn't even know it. And now we're finally kind of realizing at least just one more piece of the pie. We don't have anything figured out at all. Like that, we are being as children. We are being as a child. We will never have the full answer. You know, God doesn't make mistakes. But we started last night's live stream talking about Matthew McConaughey, Matthew 18:3, be as a child. A lot of it was about the burger theme, his movie Dazed and Confused.
Let me try to find where we were talking about the first scene.
Yeah, I kind of just opened talking about how, dude, you are directly aligned with all of this unintentionally at the time of when I made that post almost 3 years ago, right?
Yeah, it'll be good. Let's start by breaking that down again. Just that that whole thing with the Instagram post. Where was it? Okay, yeah. Sorry, that's why I was confusing you, because I thought it was like I really thought it was the very first slide, and it obviously wasn't. But okay. Oops.
Yeah, that's a good visual. That's fine. I mean, do you want to play it back or?
Oh no, because they can't hear it. I don't think they can hear it.
Got it. Okay. Yeah. So just to recap, you guys, we started this live stream after me just letting people know about the Rambo live stream that will start next week on Tuesday nights, 10 p.m. Eastern every week for 1 hour. It's going to be very exciting. But we opened going back to a post that I made back on my original Instagram page back on August 27th, 2022. And it was all about just Matthew McConaughey. He has ownership with the Austin Football Club. It is the only professional sports team in Austin, at least as of right now. But the reason why I was so, like, I did this whole post, these photos in this post, by the way, are from my own phone. Like, it was me sitting there where I was seeing it. And what I was emphasizing was this was clearly after the Uvalde shooting, which took place in Uvalde, Texas, obviously. That is where Matthew McConaughey is reportedly born. but he is also, right? That's why I wore the Austin hat last night. He is Mr. Austin, Texas. He went to Austin. That's where he, graduated from, etc. And then we talked about Dazed and Confused and how love, the heart chakra, all that stuff.
And brothers, and brothers, and brothers.
And brothers, yes, exactly. City of Brotherly Love, right? It goes back to Cooper DeJean's pick 6, playing for the City of Brotherly Love. That's why this is a love story. And Sean, I can't get away from you, man, because every waking moment, things are just pop like it. We're not even scraping and clawing for things, you guys. We talked about this literally 24 hours ago. And what I emphasized was you pointed out that, because what I put in the post was that this took place at Q2 Stadium. That's the name of the arena. And you said Q being the 17th letter, Q2 makes 172. And I'm not sure what cipher it is, but you did point out that Uvalde shooting equals 172. And what I emphasized was that is Michael Jordan's birthday, 17-2. And then we talked a lot about the upside down plane crash that happened on Michael Jordan's birthday this year, right? So that's the summary.
Yeah. So just to make the first connection, I think this is what really got me at first, because this like I said, the main theme was about love, and you see here, it's kind of hard to see, but he showed that he's talking about the heart chakra, and you see the green heart, the Uvalde green heart, and this is what he's pointing to. Those are green hearts. They're green
pumping
hearts. Pumping, yeah. Okay, so hearts were like a huge part of what we were talking about yesterday. And then so the first thing that really like blew me away was that you see the student got stabbed in the heart. So at first I was just like, that in itself, I was like, what the heck? Like, we're talking about hearts like crazy yesterday.
And brothers.
Well, yeah, but I'm just saying, like, the heart thing was what caught my attention, like, number one, because like we were talking about like love and hearts, and like, and we pretty I think the first, because we talked about Matthew McConaughey for a long time yesterday, and that was the first slide of Matthew McConaughey, right? That was like kind of where it started. Wasn't that yeah, so I noticed the heart thing, and then I was like, I realized, okay, we were talking about hearts and love story, and then I saw his pose. I was like, what the heck? He's also doing that. That's the I love you pose. Is it right? I'm not sure. Like, that's the I love you pose, right? With your hand?
No, you're right. Yeah. Just go to Google and type in I love you hand symbol. This goes back to what I was talking about in one of my earliest, I only have a couple of videos up right now, but it all goes back to Caleb Love playing for Arizona, who came from North Carolina, right? This is a love story.
Yeah. Okay. So you see the hands, and then one second, I'm gonna bring back the. So you're talking about Austin FC, right? This is Austin FC.
Yes.
So this is Austin FC. Okay. So first of all, you have the heart and the love and the I love you. This is Austin FC, and then 17. It doesn't even say his name here, but you can read it here. 17-year-old athlete Austin Metcalf. So the guy who got stabbed, his name is Austin, and it keeps it like there's so many more like little things, but like, okay, so that's just in the first. That's just from that one slide here. Okay, it's a guy named Austin who gets stabbed in the heart, and we were talking about Hearts, Austin,
And
and
you emphasized
and
you
love.
being the yeah. Sorry.
Oh, what were you gonna say?
No, just in how we kind of led the presentation yesterday about this post
Yeah,
of Matthew McConaughey in Austin, Texas, with Q2 Stadium. It's really small, but you'll notice that the Austin FC Club, their logo is the tree, heart, earth, an anagram of each other. But you were one of very few people that commented on the post, and you caught what I mentioned because I wanted to, set the stage and explain this is where this happened. It was at Q2 Stadium, and you and I had a conversation last night during that live stream about the number 17. You pointed out about, well, in this post alone, documented, Q is the 17th letter. It ties back to Michael Jordan, obviously. And then you followed up with flame emojis. That's a whole other thing. But we talked about the song called Ohio is for Lovers.
Yeah, I'm trying to find that.
Well, we didn't have a visual. Like we touched on it, but we didn't have like a visual. Well, you know what? If you want to go to the airborne piece, yeah, I emphasized here a lot of things, but he got shipped to Cincinnati, Ohio. I think this is when we got into that Ohio piece. But for those that don't even like screamo music and whatnot, if you guys just Google searched Ohio is for Lovers, Hawthorne Heights elevation, yeah.
So we're talking about
I
how
went back and listened to it today. It's a great song. I like it.
Yeah. And then so we were talking about, like, we were distinctively talking about how Ohio is a 17th state. And there's something else that you mentioned about the number 17. Like, I think, like, during that time, like, because I remember there's like a few things that, because you're like, Ohio's a 17th state. I forgot, but that, I mean, for sure, we were talking about the number 17, the 17th state, and then how we opened with Q2, because Q is the 17th letter. I mean, just the fact that, man, I wish I had like I think when you look at this, you can tell that the 17 is a very important aspect of this, because that the 17 is what that's what helped AJ make the connection with Michael Jordan. 17, like he was February 17th, and then the Delta flight upside down, the flight that crashed and went upside down. That was on Michael Jordan's birthday. So we were talking about the 17 a lot here. And then the guy, he happened to be 17 years old. Okay, so 17-year-old stabs him in the heart. We were talking about the heart chakra, in that same post. And now let's and this was in Texas. This was in Texas. And not only does AJ live in Texas, but that game, this was in Texas as well. You know what I mean? Like, and that's
in Austin, Texas, and I explained that Matthew McConaughey was literally standing on the field, drumming and getting the whole crowd riled up as the green heart is pumping and as the players are coming out on the field. And then don't forget, he emphasized the green Converse, one of the children that were killed in the Uvalde shooting. And the green Converse also just so happened to have a heart on the toe.
So now let me explain the shoe part. Okay, so this wasn't as blatant, but there was a lot of things that we found that you had to really think about. But they were like this. What I'm about to share is like, it's perfect, because he was emphasizing the shoe, right? He was emphasizing the shoes that the shoes were a huge symbol for the Uvalde shooting, and so that's clear. Okay, so for sure he's talking about the shoes. So when you look at the guy who stabbed Austin Metcalf, and we're gonna talk about his name. We're gonna dissect this a lot, but we'll get into that later. So this guy who stabbed Austin Metcalf, his name was Carmelo Anthony. His name is Carmelo Anthony, just like you guys know the basketball player Carmelo Anthony. So keep in mind what that post was about Michael Jordan. Now, look at how Carmelo Anthony and Michael Jordan are related. What really the number one thing that's when you type it in. So Michael Jordan. I guess you have to be more specific, but I mean so somewhere else that I read, I'm trying to find it, but it said I'm gonna read. It said that Carmelo Anthony was the first player to have a shoe deal with Michael Jordan. Can you corroborate that for me, or?
Well, yeah. Here, I'll just text it to you. You sent me that screenshot.
Yeah. Okay. No, I have it. Okay. So I'm just gonna type it. But when I typed it on my phone, it was like the first thing that came up. But first athlete, sorry. The first athlete. Yeah. I don't know what source it was. That's funny because this says that he was not the first Michael. Okay, this says he wasn't the first athlete. Man, I wish I had the source. But anyways, I have it on my phone, and it said that Carmelo Anthony became the first athlete to have a signature shoe with the Jordan brand. So now, okay, so the guy who stabbed him, his name is Carmelo Anthony. That's just in theory, okay? I'll find the source later, but in theory, okay. So Carmelo Anthony.
I found it. I went to Google.
Okay.
You want me to share my screen? I can just show you.
Yeah, for sure.
I just got to figure out what tab. Here we go. Yeah. So what I typed in was Carmelo Anthony the first person to have a signature shoe with the Jordan brand? Yes, Carmelo Anthony was the first non-Michael Jordan athlete to have a signature shoe with the Jordan brand with the release of the Jordan Mellow 1.5 back in 2004. Just a fun fact. I mean, that was 1 year after LeBron.
Oh, that's removed. There you go. Okay, sorry.
Yeah. So I know we were looking for a timestamp. There it is. You just had to ask, was Carmelo Anthony the first person to have a signature shoe? Blah blah blah. So.
Okay, so yes. All right, go back to that.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, so yeah, so again, it says, yes, Carmelo Anthony was the first non-Michael Jordan athlete to have a signature shoe with the Jordan brand. So that's like a pretty notable fact. And so now we're talking about that same slide. It had hearts. It had Texas. It had love. It had love. It had Michael Jordan. Yeah. And 17. It had the 17. We're talking about the 17. And then now let me share my thing again.
Yeah.
I know I'm kind of beating you guys over the head with this, but like just from that one thing, that one slide that we're looking at, 17, stabbing the heart.
Yeah, he's 17. What are the odds, right?
His name's Austin. His name is Austin, and you were talking about Austin FC, and again, this was all in Tech. Your picture was in Texas. This was in Texas, and then Carmelo Anthony, who was the first non Jordan athlete to have a shoe deal, and the shoes were on the slide too. Like just like all of that from that one slide.
And he's doing the "I love you," hand sign. That's the thumbnail they decided to use.
Yeah, exactly. Like
This also comes out from Star. World Star. We talked a lot about the Star last night too.
yeah, I'm genuinely like tripping out. Like this is one of those things that is like literally making me trip out. And you know what? You know what's interesting? When you look at the Q2, I don't know if you pointed this out, but the Q2 is kind of making a heart too, kind of.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. I see it now. I never saw that before.
So okay, now we can start talking about some of the other things that we were talking about. So where can we go? We can talk about the burgers. We can talk about the brothers. We can talk about how about brothers? The brotherly love part.
Yeah. So if you don't mind, I'm gonna take over for a second.
Yeah, for sure.
Let me. Okay. Present.
So let me so before AJ starts, just keep in mind this part of the story. He says, in the same, just this little picture. So 17-year-old student stabbed in the heart at track meet, dies in his twin brother's arms. Dies in his twin brother's arms. So keep that in mind. Okay. Whenever you're ready.
Yeah. Sean, what I will say is, if you can, in the meantime, as I take over, if you can pull anything up just showing about Jesus having a twin brother named Thomas, where Thomas means twin.
Yeah, and I know, like you make a really good point about this when you bring it up, because it's like whether that's like confirmed or not, that's not really what matters. It's the fact that, like, if you could even look it up and something comes up, that's what matters. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, because what I did was I did a quick Google search, and AI, Google, whatever, they're going to say, no, there is, so there is no confirmed. But if you take the time to learn about Bible history, there are a lot of chapters that have been removed with the newest versions of the Bible. And of course, some of those chapters just so happen to include talking about Jesus having a twin brother.
Yeah, and then there's even threads that I guess people theorize that, so like you said, that his twin brother would have been Thomas, and then it says like some people claim that Thomas was crucified instead of Jesus. So, and this is in the low stake conspiracies thread. So, like we're not saying that we agree with that.
We don't know anything. We don't know anything. We're just sharing observations, right? We are humbling ourselves as children. And anybody who is gonna, balk at this kind of stuff, that's fine. That's your own decision. But I would argue that you are not being as a child if you're just gonna laugh this kind of stuff off.
Yeah.
So I guess for me to take the wheel for a quick second, I just requested Mojave Pocahontas. I have always loved all of you. I love you too. I love you too. I've never spoken to you before, but once again, this is all about love. And what I touched on last night, a very quick little blip. I was just sharing some observations of other TV shows and movies and things that I've seen, I've watched, and I quickly just thought about it. And it's just so, once again, screaming in your face. There's a show called One Tree Hill. What is the logo of the Austin Football Club? It's a tree with the pumping heart when Matthew McConaughey is banging the drum, all that stuff. But on top of that, this is a brotherly love story, at least in this particular example. And it takes place in North Carolina. That's where Michael Jordan grew up. And it goes back to, I think it was my first like main presentation I did about love is in the air, because Caleb Love transferred to Arizona. The state of Arizona was founded on Valentine's Day. And he transferred from UNC, North Carolina, where Michael Jordan went to, right? So don't need to rehash all that, but now we have a brother dying in his brother's arms in this whole story right here. 17-year-old student stabbed in the heart at track meet. At track meet, that's the whole shoe connection. Dies in his twin brother's arms. And this was just a screenshot from one of the TikTok videos that emphasize it. This was a 17-year-old kid. We already talked about that. A 4.0 student. Let's not forget that the number 4 is associated with death. He was stabbed in the heart at a high school track event in Frisco, Texas. It's like an hour north from Dallas. And he dies in his twin brother's arms. I mean, like, it's so specific. And the name of who perished is Austin Metcalf. You were pointing that out to me in our text. Calf, beef. We can touch on that later. But look at that, you guys. I will continue on for a minute because this is a very loose presentation. I just try to put some visuals together. But Michael Jordan is massive in this whole thing. Rambo pointing out that upside down plane crash on Michael Jordan's 62nd birthday. We talked about the heart upside down in the movie Airborne. And last night after we finished, I was like, oh my God, there's another glaring example. I was talking about Auburn, AU being gold. But I also touched on Australia, the land down under, AU, Australia. See what I'm saying? Australia. Auburn.
Yeah.
AU in both of those examples, right? So once again, about Michael Jordan, North Carolina. Well, like Sean said, Sean, keep me honest here because I've had to scramble to kind of get brought up to this story in full. But the one who stabbed Austin is Carmelo Anthony, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that matters because Carmelo Anthony, he's not in the NBA anymore, but he was drafted the same year as LeBron James. LeBron James is, I don't know if it's his youngest son, but you had Bryce James, who now signed with Arizona, and his brother now plays with his daddy, right? But here's the thing, you guys. Here's just yet another example of how much this is lining up with me, and I can't escape it. I really can't. I've mentioned several times at this point that I no longer have my original Balldontlie account. But if you take the time to look, just go back to the page, you will see my last post that I ever made on that page was about LeVar Ball and Michael Jordan. And it was a story that came out on TMZ Sports. It was a big story for, 2 days or whatever. That LeVar Ball got his leg cut off. It was amputated because, it had to happen. Otherwise he would die or something like that. And all I was pointing out in this post was that LeVar Ball back in the day was talking a lot of smack on Michael Jordan. He's a big talker, right? That's kind of his name, and his sons just so happen to be good at basketball. But he said back in the day that he could beat Michael Jordan one-on-one. And that was big in the news because that was the time when his son, Lonzo Ball, was playing for UCLA, Luka. We've talked a lot about UCLA and Luka and Bill Walton dying, and his son is Luke. Like those are, once again, back in those books. But when that was going on, he said, I could beat Michael Jordan one-on-one. And then, of course, eventually, the media is going to ask Michael Jordan his thoughts on LeVar Ball's comments. And Michael Jordan said, I could beat LeVar Ball on one leg with just one leg. And then now you fast forward all of these years later, and now LeVar Ball has one leg. That was my very last post on my page. LeVar Ball, Balldontlie, Michael Jordan, with everything we're talking about to this very second, And we already talked about One Tree Hill, right? One Tree Hill, a basketball brotherly love story. I've talked about there's a reason why Allen Iverson, my favorite player growing up, was nicknamed The Answer. Playing in the city of brotherly love. Love is the answer, right? Speaking of brothers and love, LeVar Ball, he has 2 sons in the league right now. 2. The main one, I haven't had a chance to add a image. So I'll just explain it. He has 2 sons in the league. He has 3 sons total. Only 2 are in the league. The third one that's not in the league is now all of a sudden doing rap music, and all the NBA players are all about it. They love it, That's besides the point. But you have what I mentioned in this post was that it's not a coincidence that Michael Jordan used to own the Charlotte Hornets in North Carolina. And when he did own the Charlotte Hornets, he was there when LaMelo Ball was drafted by the Charlotte Hornets, right? So this LeVar Michael Jordan thing, but once again, back to One Tree Hill, this being a love story about brothers.
But I think you should emphasize
am I
more.
repeating myself too much?
What? No. I was gonna say you should just emphasize the Melo part more. Without the Melo part, that still slaps, But what are the odds? Because it is that all is perfect. His sons are. He's known because of his sons are brothers in the NBA.
Yeah.
And then the connection with Michael Jordan, and then how we
He's the father.
Yeah, right? No, I know, but so what? So then, what are the odds that on top of all that one of them is nicknamed as Melo?
Yes. Yeah. So I told you that over the phone. For those that don't understand basketball, Carmelo Anthony, which is this, I'm talking about two different people now. Carmelo Anthony is the one that stabbed Austin Metcalf in this story. But when you look at the basketball player, Carmelo Anthony, he was drafted the same year as LeBron James. LeBron James is a father, and he has kids now that are playing at Arizona and playing with the Lakers with his papa, Bronny and Bryce. Point is, back to LeVar Ball for a second. LeVar Ball is a father. His name, like the whole big baller brand and all that stuff, it's all about the Ball family. It's all about the family. And LeVar just happens to be a big mouth that talks a lot of smack. He said he could beat him one-on-one, and then Michael says, I could beat him on one leg, and now LeVar Ball has one leg. Holy smokes, right? But back to the brother piece and what you were saying, Sean. Carmelo Anthony was nicknamed Mello, right? Just a simpler way to give him a nickname. Mello. Mello exits the stage, and then now we have a new Mello, and that is LaMelo Ball, who was drafted by Charlotte, home of where Michael Jordan grew up. So I say that because LaMelo has an older brother that's in the league. What are the odds that he plays for the Chicago Bulls? I've touched a lot on this whole burning flag thing going on, and just don't forget about March 8th of this year. The Chicago Bulls banners burned in the United Center. That was shortly after the upside down plane crash. But just look at his tattoos, you guys. We have the cross right in the middle of his throat with the wings. And I talked a lot about how Auburn used to be an eagle, right? We talked about that last night. But brothers, brotherly love, LaMelo Ball, Lonzo Ball, playing for the Bulls, and the other brother plays for North Carolina. There are, 30 teams in the NBA?
I know exactly what you mean, dude.
The odds that both brothers, both sons, are playing for the two teams besides the Washington Wizards. I can go on about that with Cooper Flagg. The Washington Wizards have the strongest probability of getting the number one pick. Flagg playing for Washington. That sounds pretty good. But how perfect. Once again, it's airtight. I know I've been saying airtight for a minute, and I didn't even intentionally do that, but love is in the air. It's airtight, you guys. Jesus being the light of the world, et cetera, et cetera. The last thing I guess I'll share two things where going back to this story, this stabbing that happened, the whole twin brothers story, the twin holding his brother in his arms, right? Well, I was watching some news footage, and it zoomed in on this. It showed where this track meeting was happening. Sean, what else did we talk about last night?
The sun.
The sun.
Wow.
And they have trees right next to it. You know what I mean? It's like the tree, the heart, the sun, all right there.
It also looks like the double entendre of the sun and the sunflower. Like, remember how you use that for your book? It looks like that's what that image is. It's like it's showing the sun rising, but it totally looks like a sunflower with the black.
And that's everything that you and I talked about with Matthew Perry's death during Matt on the Moon. Phoebe Plummer Remember that story? Phoebe Plummer. It timed right in with Matthew Perry Chandler having a love story, if you will, with Phoebe on the show. And the funny part about all that was that they didn't actually ever love each other. They actually did not care at all about each other, but they were pretending to be in love to share the real love story, which was Chandler Bing and Monica. Moon. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So anyways, like this is the image that they give us. This is where it happened. And it has a solar eclipse. I mean, Rambo and I are going to start our live streams on the 1 year anniversary of last year's eclipse. And it just so happened to be perfectly right over Austin, Texas. I saw it. I was there walking Cooper the moment it happened. And it was just.
That's a great point. No, now I'm thinking, I didn't mention it before, but I'm thinking this really is referring to the twin eclipses that were a huge deal. They made the X over Carbondale, Illinois. But what's crazy is that there was another eclipse in 2023, and that one crossed. So the eclipse in 2023, that one made an X with the eclipse of 2017. Guess where those intersected?
17, huh?
Yeah. So, the 2017 eclipse and the 2023 eclipse. Guess where that made an X over?
Oh, let me guess. Wasn't it Egypt, Illinois, or something like that?
That was the 17 eclipse and the 24 eclipse. But there was another. It was a Ring of Fire eclipse, which is a little different than a total solar eclipse. So that one was in 2023 on October 14th.
23. Michael Jordan, 23. The upside down plane crash happened on runway 23.
Yeah, so it was on October 14th.
Okay.
So that one made an X with the same 2017 eclipse. So
Sean, really quick.
Just take a guess. Just take a guess, and then one more guess, and then I'll tell you.
One more guess of what?
Of where they made an X over where the 2017 eclipse and the 2023 eclipse.
I literally just got a notification from X as you're talking to me about that.
Oh my god! But I'll give you a hint. I'll give you a hint. It relates to the first that slide with the soccer game.
In Texas?
Uvalde, Texas.
In Uvalde. Oh, jeez.
Yeah.
Oh.
It was over Uvalde, Texas.
What I was going to share was, Sean, I'm gonna give you the wheel back in just a second. The last other slide I had prepared here, I can whip something up as we continue, really quick.
Yeah, let's stay on or if you can, let's stay on the brother thing.
Yeah. Well, that's what I'm doing. That's what I'm doing.
Because I have something to share with the brother thing too. But I'll wait for you to finish. Yeah, I'll wait for you to finish.
Yeah, so I already lost my train of thought on the twin thing. It'll come back to me, but it's gonna blow your mind. But once again, yeah, we are on the brotherly love thing here.
Can I wait? Did you need time to think about it? Like, can I show my thing or
yeah, do your thing. It'll come back.
Okay. Let me. I was just looking. Okay. So another thing that we talked. This is the stream yesterday, the love story stream, and I talked about Drake and Josh and the brothers, and
Drake Bell.
Yeah.
Brotherly love, home of the Bell.
AJ made the point yesterday that or you can iterate it real quick.
Oh no, that was it. The city of brotherly love is home of the Liberty Bell.
Mm-hmm.
And by the way, I was meaning to share this with you, Sean. I don't know if you've seen it. You may have, but there is a Liberty commercial out that is on every time I turn on a show. Liberty, 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 liberty. Right.
Oh yeah, and it's interesting. Okay, let me just say this
What,
part.
what I wanted to say was that there's a commercial right now that's out about liberty with the statue in the back. Obviously, that's the logo. But a lot of these commercials is a person or like sitting on a bench right across the bay from the Statue of Liberty.
Yeah.
And the one that I see so often is now centered around a baby. And it's some dude chilling, reading a newspaper on the bench, and he's sitting next to a woman with a baby in a carriage, right?
Oh wow.
And the front headline of that of the newspaper he's reading, it says "Banner Times." It goes back to the banners burning and all that stuff. But he says Bibberty. So the baby keeps saying liberty, and then the guy, he's like annoyed, and he goes Bibberty, Bibberty. So this goes back to the whole baby being as a child theme.
Oh
Right?
yeah.
I wanted to emphasize that. We can talk about that later. But
Yeah, we will. We definitely should
look into Liberty Bibberty. Just look at that commercial. Sorry.
Okay, so yeah, so again, I was talking about Jake and Josh in the context of the brotherly love and all that, and then AJ he mentioned how Jake's last name is Bell, like Liberty Bell, like Philadelphia, the city of brotherly love. And I also talked about one of the biggest parts in the show, the most iconic parts, is when he says, "Hug me, brother." Brother in his arms. Like, this is one of the most epic things of Drake and Josh. And I was a Drake and Josh fan, so any Drake and Josh fan can attest to that. But hug me, brother, brothers in their arms. I was talking about that in the stream in the context of everything, like everything that AJ has been talking about with brotherly love, and I added on with this. And then again, now in the same, going back to this same thing, he dies in his twin brother's arms. So like, this is the kind of stuff that we're trying to show you guys. Like, we were like there's so like how. First of all, how is this happening? Like, how is it that we were, talking about these very distinct subjects, and it all, like, it was all part of one headline,
one story. We're talking about one. I mean, we've been talking about other stories, but now this story just hits. I mean, it just read through that article, and it's like, oh my god, every sentence.
we've barely even dug into the whole story. It's just literally just this one part, and like, that's all we need. That literally just this part. We don't even have to look at anything else. Austin FC. His name's Austin. The Green Hearts. Austin FC had the Green Hearts. He gets stabbed in the heart. He has the whole stream was about a love story. He has the "I love you" sign right there. Carmelo Anthony, all the stuff that AJ shared with the connection with Michael Jordan and the Ball family, but also how the Carmelo Anthony we showed was the first non-Jordan athlete to have a shoe deal with Jordan, and AJ had the shoes in that same picture that we were dissecting this whole time. The 17 years old, the 17 was the biggest number we were looking at in that slide, because Q is the 17th letter. And then, like AJ said, we were also talking about Ohio for a good amount of time, and Ohio is the 17th state. We mentioned how Ohio is the 17th state. Like I don't know what like we could just like stop there, but I don't know. Is there anything else you want to say before we move on to like the burgers or like the child aspect or
I always have more to add for sure. I always
or just like before we move on to the next subject, because I know because I still want to talk about the burger stuff. I want to talk about the child, how we were talking about being like children and all that.
well, yeah. So two things that come to mind just to reiterate to people. We talked about this Drake and Josh thing was mind blowing when Sean brought it up, and then last night we talked about when you reiterated the last names of Drake and Josh. Drake, that name alone, we've already touched on big time with the Super Bowl halftime show. But his last name is Bell. Philadelphia, the city of brotherly love, home of the Liberty Bell. Liberty, 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 right?
I'm gonna try to find that.
Well, I was going to say, I don't know what's going to pop up, but if you go to your Google and just type in Liberty Bibberty, like why is this Liberty Bibberty? Yeah. Yeah. Shout out to Dirk Zink, Dirk, who's best known for, being with Dallas, wearing 41, the 13th prime, and Dallas equals 41 and 13, etc. But yeah, this whole Liberty Bibberty thing, like this is very new. Like that they've been pushing this for a while. Why does it say truth tellers? That's funny.
I don't know.
Liberty Bibberty or Bibberty baby truth tellers. Yeah, I mean, just to show you guys, like that, this was the advertisement that I was talking about, and if you were to play it, you'll notice the guy who's saying Bibberty, he's reading a newspaper, and it says Banner Times.
And just real quick, real quick, I want to show the part where you. So yeah, in really early in the stream, so we're talking about he brings up Philadelphia and brotherly love.
Yeah, that story was from yesterday. Like that was same day as we were talking about it. Notice the iHeartRadio behind him on the thumbnail of New York Times. Really, there's a million photos of him, but they went with that one. And then yeah, Sean, if I don't know if you have it on the first one we went back to, but the Austin Football Club. It's small, but I put an arrow on it with the pumping heart, the green heart. As that's happening, there's also iHeartRadio. It's really tiny. You see that?
Right here,
yeah.
Right here.
So iHeartRadio is sponsored as all that's happening. And then you have iHeartRadio behind Gene Claude Van Damme with this new story that popped up yesterday, which has to do with essentially child trafficking, yeah. Once again, this is kind of off the cuff, right? So I don't have as much else prepared, but we're just chatting about things.
Yeah. So let's also bring up the burger stuff. So
yeah, well, the last thing I'll say with the whole X thing is don't forget about what I was talking about when I did a breakdown of Chris Rock's stand-up after the Will Smith slap, where he talks a lot about Elon Musk. And guess who else is in Austin, Texas now? And Tesla, right? So that's all I'll say about that.
Okay.
But I got some more. I'm working on it, but go ahead.
Okay, yeah. Well, yeah. So now we're using the whole Matthew McConaughey thing as a little bit of a bridge because you know that Matthew McConaughey was what we were talking about for the Valde thing in Texas, and he was kind of the segue to get us into the burger theme and beef because actually AJ has been talking about burgers for like over a year. Like specifically, like he's like, yo, Sean, like I'm starting to see a burger theme. Like start to keep your eye out for it.
And that is a shout out to Rambo. I can't take full credit for that. He's been talking about Mick for a long time, and as soon as he pointed that out to me, I was like, oh my god, it's everywhere. So that is not my sole finding. I was able to find more after he shared it with me. So
okay, but I mean, but still, like it's still so niche that like we were, you know, it was like very specific that you know, I mean, you guys work together, so like with it's still the same thing to me, you know what I mean?
Mustard on that beat.
Yeah, but anyways, yeah, so we like talked a good amount about like hamburgers, and then like he says here how his friend, Matthew McConaughey's friend, his name was Chris Hamburger, who was, what was it that he's the reason why his favorite team was the, and look at him with the, and then look at him, like the horns and stuff, like the Texas horns. And,
I didn't, you know, I expected viewers to catch that hail piece, but I don't know anything else other than hail the Commanders, kind of like hail Satan. I mean, just that was kind of my whole point about why is it this with the hook'em horns versus why isn't it this? I mean, this looks verbatim like the logo, but no, we're doing this, and he's wearing his hail hat.
And think about this is this is kind of this one's kind of, I'm trying to think of the word, I guess sneaky, but the I love you thing is because you were doing this, and the I love you thing is both of those combined.
Right. And that was so unintentional. All I was trying to point out is why is it not this? Why is it this? And then now the next day we have Austin getting killed, and then he's going like this.
Yeah.
Which is like, I love you, you know? So
yeah. So so to go on with, so we talked about the burgers, and then you talked about McDonald's. All right, so we're totally talking about burgers. See, burgers is there's no denying that the burger aspect was a big part of it. And then and then we talked about so that kind of led us to like making the connection with the whole thing going on with Kendrick Lamar because of the beef with Drake. Where was that?
Drake Bell, children be like a child, right?
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, we're talking. Okay, so perfect. So, Return of the Mac, and then we were talking about how Kendrick Lamar has the beef with Drake. So then it hit me that this guy's name is the one who was stabbed is Austin Metcalf. So it just added on. It added on to everything else that we had already like put together, and I was like Metcalf.
Sean, the first time I ever got into the Mick stuff, it was about the Perry, Iowa shooting back on January 4th, 2024, right before the Super Bowl, right after Carl's Jr. Weathers dies, who played Apollo, and we'll talk about that in a minute. But dude, who is the fate besides Brock Purdy, right? Like a lot of that was about Brock Purdy. Purdy went to Perry. That was a big theme that I emphasized. But I have an image. I can pull it up. I can find it. But I emphasized Christ, McCaffrey. Christian McCaffrey. And yeah, so Metcalf. Calf beef, right?
And then that connects to the Bulls too.
Kobe beef.
And Jordan.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Sure.
And then also, I forgot, I didn't even bring this up, but then I remember you even mentioned I remember there was a part in the stream.
there was a part in the stream. I wish I could play it, but you mentioned something about Huntington Beach. And you're like, oh, hunting, like, and his
Yes.
brother's name was Hunter.
And the lead character of Airborne is Mitchell Goosen. Going back to the duck, birds fly, right?
Yeah, and his brother's name, his brother's name was Hunter.
I said duck hunt last night.
Yeah, exactly.
Like duck hunt, interesting, duck hunt, and then now you have his twin brother Hunter. Austin is killed by, or Austin dies in the arms of Hunter. We've been talking about that's why one thing we didn't talk about last night, dude, was keep an eye on the Anaheim Ducks. I mean, I'm not saying they're gonna like win the Stanley Cup or anything, but when it comes to the number stuff, for some reason, every time I look at the Ducks, they're doing a lot better, considerably so than they normally do, but they're about 500. But yeah, duck hunting. Thank you for pointing that out because I did notice that too.
Yeah, and then also just to elaborate too, with all the brother stuff and the burger stuff, and AJ mentioned yesterday how his brother did a collaboration with McDonald's.
Yep, he's done 2 of them.
So there's just so many.
And what one of them that he did was with Kerwin Frost. So if you guys are curious what I'm talking about, just look up Kerwin Frost McDonald's. And my brother spearheaded that. Him and Kerwin Frost are very close as far as my understanding, but that's funny because the San Antonio Spurs, they are sponsored by Frost Bank. They are sponsored by Frost Bank, and that's where the national championship is being, or the Final Four and the national championship is being played in San Antonio. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's amazing, dude. It never ends, bro. But it's so simple. You know, I always say, like, it's a lot, but it's simple. And as you take the time to just know the simple stuff, all of a sudden you're going to see like how beautiful this is. It's just, you know, it's not beautiful that a murder happened.
Right.
We don't know whether or not this is actually legit. It may or may not be. That's besides the point.
Right.
It's just what we are continuing to share and put out into the world. And not even 24 hours later, I'm waking up to a story like this that just hits every bullet point of what we touched on last night. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I do. I know exactly what you mean. So we touched on the burger part. What else was there? I remember there's something else. The child thing. Okay, so now, let's elaborate on that again. Do you want to kind of summarize that?
Well, the child thing, right? I'm not going to rehash everything, but for me, this new kind of springboard, if you will, of this new lens of looking at what's going on, it started with the Cooper DeJean pick six right before the Super Bowl halftime show. Okay. That Super Bowl halftime show, once again, shout out to Rambo. He said that was the story. The story was the halftime show. It had nothing to do with the football game. And I'm seeing it now like every day. And yeah, I mean, I don't need to rehash everything, but it goes back to the gist of Kendrick Lamar standing behind a sea of people dressed like the flag, Samuel L. Jackson, the same birthday as Cooper Flagg, all that stuff. But the reason why that was the biggest story of the Super Bowl was because Kendrick Lamar released a song a few months prior, but I don't think he made that decision, but he performed that song during the Super Bowl, one of the biggest events of the year. So I could just only imagine how many eyeballs were on that show. One other side note I do want to say, like, just kind of how like dark this actually does get, because we are pure hearts, right, Sean? We are striving to be like children, and it breaks my heart to see how many kids, like, there's so many videos of kids out there on TikTok and all that stuff that are singing along and dancing to this song. And the biggest drop of that song is A minor, right? He does this thing about, like, once again, it's all about pedophilia and him calling out Drake for being, a suspect of that. And then I see just these kids, A minor, like they don't know what that means. And then I'm seeing kids doing it, like they're singing along, they're dancing to it. It's really disturbing, that's one of those, like, that's sorry. I had to point that out. Like, that really bothers me.
I feel you.
But like, it's part of the story at the end of the day. You know what I mean? Like, it's, once again, God doesn't make mistakes. I'm very confident about that. It's just hard to watch. But yeah, I mean, and then with all of your additions about Drake and Josh, I didn't even think about that. Nickelodeon, all that stuff coming out about, that whole documentary. Didn't that drop? I don't know when it dropped, but didn't it drop like shortly before the Super Bowl? Like, that's fairly recent.
Yeah, it was. I think it was like towards the end of 2024.
Right. So, in other words, very shortly before the Super Bowl. And then you have Kendrick Lamar, A minor, right? He says birds multiple times, and he said, "Say, Drake, I hear you like 'em young." That's where it all ties back into Airborne, where his parents go to Australia. We talked about Auburn, and how right on the cover of this movie, it says, "Man wasn't meant to fly. Kids were. Be as a child. Fly, elevate. That's how you go up. You need to humble yourself." Right?
Yeah. And so also, did you notice that in the soccer game picture, like when Austin FC, they're playing LAFC and they have like the wing, like,
I'm sorry, would you say one more time?
that slide that we were dissecting a lot with like this from the soccer game you went to, and
Yeah.
it was against LAFC.
Oh my God! And you were wearing the LA. You were. Oh my God, dude. Oh, I don't know how much more I can take, bro.
No, they have the let me see.
Yeah, their wing is the logo, right? And you were wearing the LA upside down hat. I was wearing the Austin hat. We're talking, like, it started there. That was so unintentional.
Okay, so let me make this point real quick. So yeah, this was a part, like the child aspect was a part of the whole thing we shared, and we put a twist on it. We saw the twist that we know they're really why the child stuff is like so prevalent in the news, and it's because in terms of the aspect of the love story and opening up your heart and the heart chakra and all that, it is about like being like a child. It's because of this verse right here. So truly I tell you, Matthew 18:3, truly I tell you, unless you turn and become like little children, you will never enter the kingdom of heaven. And what does the Bible say? The kingdom of heaven is within you. So there is, so we know that there's some more symbolic reasonings to these like child related stories and stuff like that. But the point that I'm gonna make is, so again, remember we were talking about like the whole thing with Matthew McConaughey, how that was like the biggest thing that was connecting this presentation to the story about Austin Metcalf being stabbed by Carmelo Anthony. So Matthew McConaughey, and then Uvalde, and think about the Uvalde shooting, how it was like it had to do with children and all that. So what would be the odds that like when you look up Matthew McConaughey, like there's no real life incident of Matthew McConaughey being stabbed. So in the HBO series True Detective, his name is Russ Cole, and he's stabbed by a character named Childress. Like, what are the odds of that? And that's just when you type in Matthew McConaughey stabbing. So we can do it again, and that's the first thing that pops up. Like, you don't even have to dig for that. What do you like?
Yeah, and it looks like, correct me if I'm wrong, it looks like it was in an episode called A Time to Kill.
No. So the Time to Kill, that's different because I was looking that up. That was a movie that he was in. That actually had to do with racism, which is interesting because this was a kind of a biracial incident, what happened yesterday. But that's from my history. So.
Oh, got it. Okay. Well, here's the other thing. The show is called True Detective. Right. I mean, that alone also tells you be a true detective. Lean into what we're living in right now.
Look at this. In the show, Childress is later killed by Cole, who saves his partner, Hart. What the?
See, we are being like children right now, dude. You have to laugh in the darkness. You know what I mean? Like that.
Look how red my face is, dude. Look how red my face is.
Dude, mine too.
Oh my
God, dude. Yeah. Oh God, dude. You just reminded me. Hold on a second, because there's something else I'm gonna add here. I just gotta check my text. Yeah, just give me a quick second. You can keep doing your thing.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, hopefully you guys are seeing where we're coming from, because like, trust me, I can understand. I can understand how hard it is, you know, like, because I know like I've talked to other people who will share their synchronicities, and then sometimes I'm just like I'm really not understanding it. So I can totally get it if there's any parts that seem kind of confusing, because they don't hit the same way that they do to the person that it's happening to. Like, it never can, you know, just never can. So yeah, I hope we're explaining it we're being as clear as possible. But I mean, let me just break that down again, why I think that's so bizarre, because again, this was the slide that was connecting so much to this story about the guy who gets stabbed in the heart, and then we just find out that Matthew McConaughey. Remember, we showed that whole segment about, you know, children being like children, that Bible verse, which is you have to be like a child to enter the kingdom of heaven. And then we read here that in True Detective, he was stabbed by a character named Childress. I've never heard of that name before.
Hey, Sean.
Yeah, well, let me finish this, and then we find out that he killed Childress later is killed by Cole, who saves his partner Hart. And we're talking about Hart's like, okay, let's get it.
Yeah, Sean, since you have your Google up, look up, type in Josh Childress.
Oh, interesting.
So Josh, Drake, and Josh, I'm thinking of someone else because I'm a Clippers fan. I was thinking of Sean. I was thinking of Sean Livingston, who went down with a leg injury. But yeah, this guy, Josh Childress, just take a peek at him when you get a chance. Take a peck at him, if you will. I know he played for the Hawks. You see that right there. So Josh, Drake and Josh, be like children. He plays for the Hawks, or played for the Hawks, excuse me. But he's a former player, as you were talking about the Childress connection. But I do have about 2 slides. They're not ready yet, but but I tell you this all the time, I'm about to blow your socks off. But this hit me as we're talking. And yeah, I just need to put a couple of images together.
And this is really interesting too, like with all this in mind, like how Matthew McConaughey is like oddly like so relevant to our work. Did you know that he like just came out with a movie?
Who? Sorry?
Matthew McConaughey.
Which movie? What's it called?
The Rivals of Amziah King. And this came out, I guess, a few weeks ago, or a month, almost a month ago. But
well, we are doing this live stream right now on the reported day of Jesus, the King of Kings, being crucified.
Right.
And I texted you that screenshot. I haven't looked into it other than seeing the headline. What was it? Hold on, I'm going to pull it up. Yeah, I mean, on Google, if you want to just do a quick search, King Charles. Okay, this goes back to Will Smith, you guys. Right before Will Smith slapped Chris Rock, right after that, he won an Oscar playing King Charles. And then now today, on the reported date of the King of Kings being stabbed to death as a hanged man, just think about, we've talked about the hanged man. Jesus was a hanged man as well. But apparently what it reads, King Charles is being advised to step down from the throne due to health issues. That's today. That was at 3:00 today on this tweet that I saw. So I just want to throw that in there.
All right. And I also want to add this, going back to this movie that I just saw. Guess who's in it?
Sorry, hold on, let me look. Cole Sprouse. August 4th. He has Obama's birthday. Sweet Life of Zach and Cody, yeah.
One of the twins. He's in the new movie, in the new Matthew McConaughey movie.
What? Dude, his middle name is Mitchell. Mitchell Goose was the headliner of Airborne. That's his name, Mitchell Goose.
So if you guys aren't aware of this guy.
Hey, really quick. Think about Donovan. Don is in Donald Trump. Mitchell, Donovan Mitchell. He is the superstar.
What's up, Zenith?
Of the Cleveland Cavaliers. Donovan Mitchell wears number 45. Just like how Trump was 45, he's now 47. And the championship, the Final Four is on 4-5. The championship's on 4-7. Wow. His middle name is Mitchell. Wow. Okay.
Yeah. So again, just think about. All right, let's recap because I just saw that. I don't know how long you've been watching Zenith, but.
Oh, King Richard. Okay, yeah. I misspoke. I'm sorry.
So we've been basically we've been showing that this story broke really more heavily today. I think it might have started breaking yesterday, but it happened yesterday while we were doing the live stream. And then we just started finding all these things that we were talking about yesterday that connect to this. So right now we're on the twin brother aspect. and we were talking about Matthew McConaughey yesterday, and then I realized that Matthew McConaughey he just came, like, he was in a new movie just recently, The Rivals of Amziah King, and then AJ was actually talking to me about The Sweet Life of Zach and Cody since yesterday. Since yesterday, he was telling me about The Sweet Life of Zach and Cody. And if you guys aren't aware of this guy, and the show that he's in that has everything to do with what we're talking about, it's about these two guys, these two twins, who live in a hotel.
I threw that out there as kind of a little joke. You know what I mean? I'm not trying to throw fuel to the fire. Just the whole thing with Zach and Cody, in this community. I just thought it was funny that I saw a thumbnail for it yesterday. So I had no intentions other than saying, brothers, brotherly love, reconciliation. I mean, all those things. Sorry, that's why I mentioned it.
Oh yeah, but I mean, I just thought it was, just beyond that, it still was relevant to the whole theme, because I knew that we were talking about brotherly love.
Yeah.
And about Drake and Josh, and so yeah, I mean, I think that just fits in perfectly with what we're talking about right now with and then I also mentioned how where is it? Yes, I was thinking, so we were talking about Matthew McConaughey yesterday in terms of the Uvalde shooting, and so AJ had this where's it at? This part here. So Matthew McConaughey, the Green Hearts, the Uvalde shooting, so children, and we were talking about being like children to enter the kingdom of heaven, and opening the heart chakra, Texas, and then we find out the next day that where's my cursor? And then we get this story: 17-year-old student stabbed in the heart, dies in his twin brother's arms. He's doing the I love you sign. His name is Austin Metcalf. Like that. This is Austin FC. AJ was at the Austin FC game, and that's where Matthew McConaughey is from. So that's kind of why I decided to. I was thinking, oh, is there anything related to Matthew McConaughey with stabbing, like any famous stabbing things in his movies or shows? And then we find out that the only time that he was stabbed in a show was in True Detective, and his character was stabbed by a character named Childress. And then it says here that Childress is later killed by Cole, which is Matthew McConaughey, because he saves his partner Hart. So there's a bunch of stuff that we were, like, another thing we're talking about Ohio, because we talked about Ohio's for lovers, and the guy, Ohio's the 17th state, and this guy was 17 years old. So there's just another thing that I thought about when you're bringing up the Liberty stuff, the Liberty Bell.
Liberty Bibberty.
So okay, they were emphasizing that he had a 4.0 GPA, like 40, right? 40, right?
Yep.
So WrestleMania 40, it was the Liberty Bell. WrestleMania 40. And it was in Philadelphia. It was in Philadelphia.
I'm trying my best to not be like a broken record, but it's screaming at you guys. And Sean and I are just seeing it, and we're just trying to get everybody, hey, if you want to really see what story you're living in, it's right here. It's right in front of your face. We just want you guys to see it.
Yeah, and then there's some things that like I was going through we never even got to really look at the story, like, or any of the news articles. So I was kind of looking at it and I saw this picture, which is pretty interesting.
He's wearing a goat shirt. Oh my God. I did not see that in the clip. I mean, Michael Jordan is considered the GOAT. So is Tom Brady, Tom Means twin.
Nice, that's good. And then this here too. Look at the star.
Yeah, well, I will say this. Living in Texas, that's a very common window in Texas. It's like the star, right? That's why Luca means light, and Luca left the United Center, or not the American Airlines Center, right?
Yeah, that makes sense.
But yeah,
it's interesting because it reminds me of this. It really reminds me of this, like with the cross, right? Like the cross behind his head, and then
yeah, the corona, the
and
sun, yeah.
So that reminds me a lot of this because like you see the cross. So there might be something to that. It's interesting.
Well, I touched on last night about how there's a reason why Jesus is the light of the world, and he is called the morning star, but so is Lucifer. It's in the Bible, you guys.
Mm-hmm.
The Bible says Lucifer and Jesus are both the morning star. And it just goes back to that yin and yang, you know, good and evil, black and white, whatever you want to call it.
Okay, so one more thing. We were talking about Drake the rapper yesterday, right?
Yep.
Do you remember this? Do you remember this song?
I was never I never listened to these guys until.
But do you remember? Wait, where'd it go? This song, God's Plan.
No.
By Drake? Oh yeah. Oh man. Okay, I'll send it to you later. But that was one of his really big.
The green background that you were talking about, WrestleMania 40 with the green background.
Yeah. So Drake, God's Plan. This is one of his like his bangers.
Oh, okay. So it's one of his like most popular. It's not like meaning most people that like this kind of music, they're probably going to know what this song is.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right? Oh, and Cash Money through Young. Hold on, go back. Right there. God's Plan, Wikipedia, is a song recorded by Canadian rapper Drake, released on January 19th through Young.
Yeah.
Money and Cash Money.
I never thought about that. That's perfect. Because
I'm not scraping for anything, dude. It's right there. Once again, It's right there. How many simple alignments do we just got to keep hammering people with? Because this is ridiculous, dude. Oh my God. That's amazing.
Yeah. It's just like,
I'm going to have to go back and watch it and read the lyrics and stuff.
Yeah. But isn't this like when you read this, doesn't this sound like so peculiar? Because they're interviewing the father. He's like, I rushed up there and I saw him on the gurney and I could tell they said he wasn't.
He rushed up there.
Yeah. I could see all the blood and I saw where the wounds were. I was very concerned, so I had to find his brother and we rushed to the hospital and we prayed and it's God's plan. And I don't understand it, but they weren't able to save him. This is murder. So it sounds so peculiar, but I feel like they were really trying to emphasize that God's plan phrase. Like,
and another thing that we touched on last night, Sean, was remember Drake is beefing with Kendrick Lamar, and Drake is Mr. 6. Right, you and I talked about that 6 and the 9 alignment, but Toronto, if you guys don't know, Toronto is known as the 6, the 69 God, right? We talked about that yin and yang there. But if you wouldn't mind scrolling back up really quick. Yeah, sorry, back to this main point. So that whole God's Plan, I did not know that Drake had a song called God's Plan. I'm not in that I'm not in the know.
It's all good.
But yeah, but he says he rushes up to go get his brother, bleeding, all that stuff. Yeah, I had a main point here. It lost me. I get in my own way sometimes.
No worries.
God, it'll come back to me. I got to take like a 2-minute bathroom break. I'll be right back. And then I have my slides ready of, what else I can add to what we're seeing. And
Okay, sounds good.
Yeah, I'll be right back, brother.
So I guess in the meantime, if anything has any, if anyone has anything to bring up, I can I can read through the comments right now. But for now, I can just continue with this article, see if there's anything else peculiar about it. Because, like I said, we were dissecting that whole thing with it was literally just this. We didn't even get into the story in order for us to see all those connections. It was just this part, this one sentence with the names of the people involved, where and where it took place, and then this. So let's I guess read a little bit more. I'm not trying to judge, but what kind of parents did this child have? What was he taught? He brought a knife to attract meat, and he murdered my son by stabbing him in the heart. The guy was in the wrong place, and they asked him to move, and he bowed up. This is murder. Jeff Metcalf said, you know what? I already forgive this person. Already. God takes care of things. God is going to take care of me. God is going to take care of my family. Like, it's just really peculiar, because it's like, that's obviously a great thing, that's a great message, like, to portray, like, forgiveness and kindness, and or yeah, just like like forgiveness, but like, this happened, like, when exactly did they say this happened? Because if this happened yesterday, and like they're already interviewing the dad, and he's like, I already forgive him, like, that just sounds kind of, you know what I mean? Like, I can understand if it's like half a year later, maybe like 3 months later, and he's saying this, but it's like the day after, and he's like I just, I don't know, like, I'm not the kind of person that really cares about being like, oh, like, I'm gonna expose the news, like, expose these fake news articles. Like, that's not like my forte, or like what I care about at all. But it's just like, some stuff is just peculiar, and like, it makes me realize, I'm like, okay, like, what is the purpose of of this? Like, what is the deeper purpose? So, okay, let me see. As I recall, you and AJ discussed brother symbolism. Did Cain and Abel get? No! Oh my god, I did not. Well, I mean, okay, so I guess I didn't. Yeah, I didn't think about that. So, yeah, if it was like one brother killing the other brother, I'd be like, that's, dead on, but no, yeah, like, if there's anything else that because I see where you're coming from, but if there's anything more specifically, even if it includes gematria or anything that has to do with like Cain and Abel, like, I know yeah, I mean, if there's anything more you want to elaborate on it, but yeah, we didn't discuss Cain and Abel yet, or Jacob and Esau, Aaron and Moses. Okay, that's a good one. Let's look into that. Oh, what's up, AJ?
What up?
So okay, I just want to make this point real quick. So, and then I'll pass it on to you. But doesn't this just seem so peculiar? Like, this is the day after, right? This is the day after this supposedly happened, and so they're interviewing the dad, and he's like, "I'm not trying to judge, but what kind of parents did this child have? What was he taught? He brought a knife to it."
What was he taught?
He brought an axe to track me, and he murdered my son by stabbing him in the heart. The guy was in the wrong place, and they asked him to move, and he bowed up. This is murder. Jeff Metcalf said, "You know what? I already forgive this person. Already, God takes care of things. God is going to take care of me. God is going to take care of my family. Even if because that ultimately is like a great message. That's like it's very commendable. But like, doesn't that seem just so peculiar? Like how like for anyone to say that the day after, I don't even think it's been 24 hours. I mean, it probably has, but like I can understand if maybe it was like a week later, a month later, but like the day after, you know what I mean? Like, I'm getting at, like, it's just so weird.
Sean, something that I've said many times, once again, a broken record, how much this connects with me now on my new journey. I'm going to tell a very quick story that goes right back to this and what this father said. I had a coworker when I was still living in Southern California, where you're at. He was younger than me. He was in sales. And he went to Mexico for believe it or not, a birthday party. Not his birthday, but he went with a bunch of buddies to Mexico to celebrate a birthday, and he was murdered. And I don't want to get gruesome with this, but they took away his shoes, they took away his watch, and they laid him in the middle of the street and crossed his legs. They laid him out like Jesus.
Damn.
Okay, that's all I'm going to say.
That's crazy.
That was just, yeah. I have to share every personal connection I possibly can, and it is overwhelming. And there are some very dark connections and things like that. But I just wanted to share that with what you're talking about. And Sean, if you can go back to what the father said really quick. So you were emphasizing how the father says towards the end there, he says, you know what? I've already forgiven this person. I mentioned that story I just told because, unfortunately, his body never made it back to the U.S. with all the political shit. You know what I mean? Like he was in Cabo. Okay, he was in Cabo. That is arguably the breadwinner for Mexico as far as how they make money. They squashed that story immediately.
Yeah, keep talking. I'm gonna step out real quick. I can hear you, so just keep talking.
Yeah, all I'm going to say about that is that his body never came back to the U.S., but I was at the service, and his parents said this exact same thing, you guys. They said that they forgive who did this. They don't know who it was. It's still an ongoing investigation as far as I'm concerned, but that's where it just hits so close to home. Even now, I wasn't close to this coworker, but we've crossed paths several times, and this story just blew my mind back then. And now I'm seeing this play out once again in front of all of our own eyes. And yeah, that's essentially just the 2 cents I wanted to add on to it, other than the first part of what he says. And it just goes back to this running theme of what Sean and I have been talking about as far as be as a child. It goes back to one of my earlier videos. There's only 2 or 3 of them where I talk about Chris Rock doing a whole stand-up special and breaking down where he says that children are taught to hate, when you are a child, when you are a child, when you are on day 0, if you will, Sean, now that you're here, we were talking about 0 and how 0 is the same, upside down, up, frontwards and backwards, doesn't matter. When you enter this world on day 0, which is love in the world of tennis, right? We talked about how Matthew McConaughey, now he loves tennis, right?
And then remember how the full tarot card is associated with the number 0.
Exactly. Right. What I was sharing, I don't know if you heard it, Sean, but what this father is saying about this story is exactly what the father said when I went to this person's, I couldn't even call it really a funeral. I mean, technically it was, but there was no body. That was one of the saddest things. But the father said when he stood up and spoke, he said, I forgive this person. They don't know who it is, but he said, I forgive them. And
that's good, you know.
That like, if that isn't love, I don't know what it is. I mean, if I'm ever blessed to be a father one day, I don't know in what universe I could actually ever forgive that person. And I hope to God that I never have to make that choice, you know, but I don't want to get too emotional with it. I just thought that was fitting about how, as we're seeing more and more things, it's like there's things that have transpired just over the last several years that just keep coming back about how perfect all this is. And I have some more that I'll share.
It is a beautiful message, like for sure. Like that's like that. And I can see if that's, I guess that kind of hits even harder with what the claim that we're making is that, like, if you know, that's probably could be the biggest takeaway from this whole thing, like how he's like, how loving he's being, even to the murderer.
Yeah. And Sean, hey, Sean, really quick, would you mind pulling that quote up again really quick?
Which one?
Just the quote of what the father said.
Oops.
Yeah, because you were emphasizing the end of what he says about, I already forgave this person. Let's not forget that last night we also talked about Reconciliation Day, right? Like there was a reason why we were talking what we were talking about yesterday, because look, it was a flood of national holidays. And I just made it a point to hopefully nudge anybody to reconcile any way you can. You know, there's always going to be connections that maybe can't be repaired. But if you have any opportunity to at least make an effort to reconcile with somebody in your life, please just shoot that arrow, if you will, Cupid, right? Just shoot that arrow and give it a shot. That's all I got to say there. But Sean, what I want to emphasize here is the first thing that he says. He says, I'm not trying to judge. There's a lot to be said about judge and Judgment Day. Judge equals 88, just like Trump. Trump in court right before he goes, you know, that comes back in the Oval Office and all that stuff. Oval, 0. But what does he say right after that? He says, I'm not trying to judge, but what kind of parents did this child have? What was he taught? It goes back to the presentation I did about Chris Rock. And he had a whole bit where he says that children are taught to hate. Children enter this world. They don't know what hate means. They don't know what that means.
Yeah.
So the only way that there's hate in your heart is because of the world that's outside of what you're being brought into. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it just goes back to being as a child, right? He says, what kind of parents did this child have? Because what was he taught? What was he taught? right? That was his, thesis, if you will, in this comment. So I wanted to emphasize that for a second.
Yeah, that's good. No, yeah, that's really good.
So I need about 1 more minute because there's one more slide I want to put together really quick before I take the wheel to share just a couple more examples about just how perfect this is in my own life, you guys. And I'm never trying to make this about me. I'm trying to get everybody else to see that, hey, if you lean in like Sean and I are, you'll be blown away because we are all living in a love story, right? So yeah, like I said, I just need about 1 more minute here. Let me get the images I need.
It's interesting that they had a 4.0, and now they're saying they had a 3.7. So it's kind of interesting, but
a 3.7 GPA. Okay.
First degree. I'm thinking about first degree murder. Oh, look, my birthday, October 7th. Oh yeah, I forgot to bring up too when we were talking about the burger stuff. Because they're at a track meat, like beef and tender environment.
So Sean, I sent you kind of a flood of some images. I was telling you about, once again, a personal story. Once again, all of this tying back to me somehow, some way, and I just can't get away from it. I'm not scraping and clawing, but I think with our conversation tonight and what hit my brain once again, it just falls right in line so perfectly. One more screenshot. I just need to get one more screenshot and I'll be ready to go. But yeah, I would say before I take the wheel, if there's anything else you wanted to throw out there, now's the time, I guess.
I was gonna say Joey would like this. This picture.
What? Sorry, I'm not seeing what you're sharing at the moment. Hold on. Yeah, because Joey's all over Houston right now. Just for anybody that's interested in a free pick, if you want to try to capitalize on some stuff, George.
The brick house, the bricks.
Oh yeah, well, dude, the bricks all over the place. When I just watched any of the recaps of this whole stabbing story we're talking about, bricks for days. I mean, it's always there. And yeah, shout out to Joey because it's glaringly obvious. There are so many brick examples, and that goes back to masonry, right? Because the Masons are builders. We even talked last night. I made a comment about, hey, in order to break somebody down, you have to build them up. Building walls. Donald Trump, I'm going to build a wall. You know what I mean? Yeah. Capital One, Sam Jackson. Not only he played Uncle Sam during the Super Bowl, but he's also the face of Capital One. Now we have the Capitals 1 game away right now from hitting that 48-19. But what is the phrase, Sean? Do you know what the oh my God, it's Sam's Club ad right there. What's the phrase? What's the catchphrase of Capital One?
What is it again?
What's in your wallet? What's in your wallet? You know? I don't want to go down a rabbit hole, but I'm just trying to find the right way to kind of hopefully present this in
All right,
Prom.
I'm gonna read this from Zenith real quick. So he was
Yeah.
he was in terms of the brother aspect. So he was saying, tying it in with Cain and Abel. Abel's sacrifice to God was the firstborn of his flock, meat. Cain offered fruit. God seemed to prefer the meat. That's interesting. That's interesting. That's super interesting because of the meat connection with the brothers, and then Cain and Abel being the brothers, and I like that. That's sick. I need to look more. I want to look more into the.
So okay, really quick before I get into my other little piece here. When we're talking about meat and beef and Metcalf and all that stuff, we talked about how heart is an anagram. Heart is an anagram of what? Earth. Green, the heart chakra. We touched on that. What is meat an anagram of?
Team.
As the saying goes, there's no I in team.
Mm.
And if we lean in together and we bring our best strengths to the table together and we work together through love, that's how we all elevate, you guys. That's how we all elevate. That's why this is a love story. And I can assure you, Sean, within the next day or two, there's going to be even more that's going to come out that we can talk about.
Dude, and that ties in perfectly with, because something that I've been thinking about a lot is
oh my God, meta is another anagram.
Oh,
Meta, team, meet. Holy shnikes. Zenith, great addition. Thank you for sharing that.
but one thing that I was thinking about when what you just said with the whole thing with the team and
Yeah.
all that. So you've seen Any Given Sunday, right?
I'm familiar with the show, but no. Or was that a movie? I'm aware of it, but I never watched it. No.
Man, you got, like, especially as someone who loves sports, and it's funny because you love sports way more than me, but I watch it because I freaking love Al Pacino, and he has one of the most epic. He has one of the most epic. Sports.
I've seen that scene.
Yeah.
That scene. I've seen that one.
And dude, honestly, like, that scene it basically encompasses everything that you were just saying, and it's so interesting because when you look at
it's so sad that you can't play it, like for copyright and all that.
I know.
But yeah, no, that speech is incredible.
Yeah, and then but even also, like, with where they're at, I wish I could find it, but let me try to find it on YouTube. But
oh my God,
look at the wall. The walls are like, what's up?
Look at the colors behind him.
Just give me 1 second. But no, dude, it's like I listen to it like once a day because it's like it pumps me up so freaking much.
Look at the colors behind him.
No, I know, yeah, but let's see.
This ties right back into the burger stuff for sure.
But it ties into it's just super symbolic with come on. Sorry, bear with me, guys.
Yeah. Can you do it and just turn on the closed captions?
Yeah, I could even freaking read his lips, but okay, yeah, just bear with me. Either we heal as a team, or we're gonna crumble. Inch by inch, play by play, until we're finished. We're in hell right now. Here we go. So,
we're in hell right now, gentlemen. Oh my God, yeah, look at this. Dallas, the Knights, The Golden Knights, we've been talking about gold, and that goes back to Fool's Gold. The red and yellow, we've talked about that with McDonald's and the Chiefs, the Commander in Chiefs. Now you have the all-seeing eye and the triangle right freaking there. Sorry, I didn't want to hijack that, but keep going.
But well, I mean, this was like the image I really wanted to show you, but it really symbolizes like what you're talking about in terms of like, for all all of us, like, because this is way deeper than just a sports like coach motivation scene. Like when you like really like see what the whole speech is and what he's saying, and then you apply it to like reality and life, and what you just said about like how like that is, like the way to truly elevate is like through letting go of yourself as like letting go of yourself and just being one with the team, being part of it, and taking yourself out of the equation. Like that is how you get that. That's how you elevate.
We cannot elevate alone.
Right.
I think is what I'm learning. Like I can't just sit in my room all day by myself and elevate as a person. I can't do that. I need help. And that's part of humility, right?
Right.
I need to humble myself and say, hey, I need your help, Sean.
Yeah.
I need your help, Cody, etc. Right? Like I need your help, and I'm doing everything I can to help all of you as you help me, right? Help me help you. That's No, this is beautiful. Thank you for pointing this out.
Yeah, you should definitely check it out when you can. But yeah, I kind of stopped you at a really good point when you heard it, when he said like we're in hell right now, gentlemen. And so after that he says we're in hell right now, gentlemen, but we can stay here and get the shit kicked out of us, or we can fight our way back. We can climb our way out of hell one piece at a time. But we can only do it
step by step, every inch. We inch together, but the only way that we can do this is together.
Yeah, exactly.
Right? Yeah, no, that is beautiful, man. Thank you for adding this to it.
Yeah, I might have to do like a whole like.
You know what's funny? Hey, Sean. So there's a lot of crosses, right? There's a lot of symbolism in here.
Mm-hmm.
But look at the middle pillar of this image. The middle pillar, yep, right there. Look at the number. 62.
Right.
That matters because Michael Jordan had his upside down plane crash this year on his 62nd birthday.
Wow. Dang,
upside down, the upside down heart, all that stuff. There's a reason why 62 is standing right there at the rising cross, right there. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
We could talk about other numbers in here, but I just thought that was interesting. Don't forget about Dallas, right? Dallas, boom. All the Luka Doncic, Luka, Lucky Charms. We've talked all about that. The Knights, the Golden Knights. That's why the Golden Knights won the Stanley Cup the same year that the Denver Nuggets won. And Vegas is home of the Golden Nugget, right? We're not going to go down all that, but this image alone and this speech is incredible. I don't listen to it every day, but I know it very well. And I'm glad that you brought it back up. Don't forget, this is a football movie, and another big movie and TV show that, it was first a movie and then it turned into a TV show, was called Friday Night Lights.
Oh, I love this right here. But look at what Zenith added.
Yeah, Jesus Christ 62.
We just check that out.
But yeah, Friday Night Lights, that is once again a love story, and it's about, once again, resurrection. It's about resurrection. And it takes place, in Texas, in El Paso.
Nice.
By the way, Sean, since you're coding, just type in Jordan. Simplest cipher.
Simple cipher.
Air, Jordan.
Are you saying type in air, Jordan?
What's that? Oh, no.
Oh,
I'm just saying air. Love is in the air, right? Like, this is a love story, you guys. I know I've said it a billion times at this point, but I will keep saying it. Because it all, like, I'm at a point now in my research, it just always ties back to love. No matter how dark the story is or whatever, it all, like, they're screaming it at us, you guys. And once again, Sean, I'm just going to shout you out again. Like, you were the very first person and the only person really that has taken this work to take this work and look at yourself. Because that's a big part of this journey is like, you have to look inward. Jesus says, right, that you touched on it. God says, I am within you. And we touched on the heart chakra. We touched on heel means hell. So when it says we are in hell, gentlemen, you are at the root chakra, which is the red chakra. Notice that they are all sitting right now in a sea of red. We are in hell. We are at the root chakra. Now you have the heart chakra, which is the green chakra. And it's all about elevating up to the crown chakra. And I am no expert on syncretism, but I've been latching onto that a lot. Sean, I told you, one of my, first guests, if you will, I'm going to bring on is the author of the Hearth book. And the front cover, Hearth, Heart and Earth. Okay. And I've already agreed with him for him to come on. He's really excited about it. And that one's going to be really interesting because with everything you and I've been talking about, Sean, I would love for you to be there in that chat.
Oh, I'd love to, man.
And so that way we can share what we're seeing about love with everything that he shows about love, because he's been talking about it for a very long time. Mm-hmm. And as they say, God is love, right? So, and once again, the simple red and yellow, we talked about that with Mick and Mac and kids being like a child, McDonald's, et cetera, et cetera. We could talk about this for the next 6 hours if we wanted to.
Yeah.
But yeah, and then of course, any given Sunday, the church worships God's Son on Sunday, right? All that stuff. But yeah, dude, I mean, you and I could do a whole live just about this speech, honestly.
Yeah, maybe we should. Dude, maybe we should. We'll talk about that another time. But I would love to.
Yeah.
I love this freaking speech.
Oh, it's so good, dude. It's so good. And so I guess as a good segue, here's one thing I want to say too, Sean. When you first really started waking up, if you will, I don't feel like you can never wake up enough.
Yeah, I agree with that.
But we're all on our own levels of waking up, right? And you and I are just so happen to kind of be on the same wave of how we're waking up. And that once again goes back to you, Sean. Like, I'm seeing it now about how perfect it is just in my own life. And I have countless examples. Obviously, I try to continue to share. But with that, I think this is a good segue because I texted you a couple photos earlier today. I know I wouldn't expect you to be fully caught up on what I was getting at. But if I can take over the screen now.
Yeah, for sure.
Let me get to, let's see, window, share.
Hope everyone out there is doing good. Thank you for everyone who's kicking it with us.
Yeah, thank you guys. How many people we got in the? How many people are tuned in right now?
It's floating around 15.
Cool, love it. 47, the 15th prime. So once again, this is a love story. Sean, you and I have talked a lot about Dallas, Luka, all that stuff. One of my last videos was called Love is in the Air. And I talked about how Mia Love died. Just think about Mia for a second. Mia, MIA, missing in action. You know what I mean? Like, just, I have nothing else to share other than that. Oh, well, you got the love connection, which I touched on, but also Mia, MIA.
And she also died at age 49, and the magic square of Venus adds up to 49, and Venus is the goddess of love.
That's the thing that I really lean on you and Cody for, because you guys are really good with astrology, at least better than me. But yeah, so I really touched on Mia Love died on March 23rd. And that was the same day that Caleb Love beat the Ducks to then go on to face Cooper Flag, right? So I touched on all of that, but to rehash this, look at this. Mia Love, that date also matters because I also touched on how Kyrie Irving went down with a leg injury right after Luka left Dallas. What are the odds that that's his birthday? So Mia Love perishes on Kyrie's birthday, who was a teammate of Luka before he left. And then here's the kicker, bro. Here's the real kicker. The head coach of Dallas is Jason Kidd.
Yeah.
B as a child.
That's good.
Dude, this is groundbreaking.
Yeah.
Because I was touching on the whole leg injury stuff. Cooper Flag with his leg injury. Then you had Rodgers with his leg injury in this tournament. And then you think about Aaron Rodgers with the Jets wearing green, going down with a leg injury. And then you have, you and I talked about Auburn. I don't have a slide for that, but he went down with a leg injury and then comes back and bangs a three to score the 60th points of the game to solidify the win to go to the Final Four. And that matters because Donald Trump, born on Flag Day, won the 60th presidential election. That's when he returned, right?
Right.
So yeah, but with all this kind of love and kid stuff, think about Jason Kidd. He was born the same day that Mia Love died. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And then all the Caleb Love, Michael Jordan stuff. But anyways, I'll start there because I got more and I think I'm about to knock your socks off.
So is it 42nd birthday? Wait, is that? No. What? I can't do math right now. How old is he? Is he 42 or?
Yeah, I'm a little hazy right now too. I can't say off the top of my head. I don't know what age.
52. 52. 52.
52. Okay. Well, heart equals 52.
That's good.
But yeah, no, it's just that's surreal. It's funny too that they have Kyrie Irving's thumbnail still him playing for the Celtics, and you and I have talked all about the clover, right? The clover has the heart petal, and clover also has love right in the freaking middle of its name. but they still show him, at least on Google, him with the Celtics. But the real kicker is just Kyrie Irving goes down with a leg injury. Mia Love dies. The same night that Caleb Love beats the Ducks, and we talked all about, I love the Ducks, blah, blah, blah. But the head coach of Dallas is Jason Kidd.
Yeah.
And he has the same birthday too. He has the same birthday as Kyrie. The rise and the fall, the resurrection, the rebirth, the Phoenix, all that stuff.
It's also interesting too how you were bringing up the relevance with Luka Doncic, and so he wears the 77, and that also refers to the magic square of Venus, with her dying at 49, because the magic square of Venus is 7 rows and 7 columns.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right, and you just reminded me. I put out something earlier today.
I'm gonna get some water real quick, but I can just keep talking. I'm just gonna get some water.
Yeah, no, I'm just looking up how this Lakers-Warriors game played out. Let's take a look. Okay, Warriors win 123 points to 116. I'm looking at the box score really quick. Okay, yeah, I mean, it makes sense. I thought LeBron and Luka were going to have a bigger game today, considering that it was the recorded death of Jesus Christ being crucified. Reason being, Jesus is the King of Kings, and you have LeBron, King James, and then also Luka, which means light. Jesus, the light of the world. He did go 7 for 7 from the free throw line, and he wears 77. Christ equals 77. Simplest cipher. But yeah, no, it didn't play out that way this time, but that's the kind of stuff that I put out there for people to look at and capitalize on. Dirk Zink said, I prayed to God as this world was getting me down. He told me I have to lift up my vibration, and to do that with love. Yeah. Soon, all the low vibrating people will all be going to hell and nightmare. Yeah. It goes back to what Sean was pointing out about that speech with Al Pacino in Any Given Sunday, right? We're a team in this, you guys. Sean and I are linking arms. We linked arms a long time ago. And in us doing that, where I share what I have, he shares what he has, the work just gets more and more incredible. But I could never, come upon a lot of this work without Sean, and vice versa, right? We all bring our strengths to the table. We all accept each other's weaknesses. But when you lean into love and you just accept people for who they are, right? I mean, let them do their thing and keep the drama out of it, keep the hate out of it, all that stuff, and you would be amazed of what will follow, right? So I guess what I'll do now is I'll segue into this next little piece that hit my brain today on how perfect all this is. So let me ask you this, Sean, before I show the next slide. Are you familiar with, or have you ever even heard of Vanderpump rules?
I've heard of it.
Yeah, I never knew about it until my wife wanted to start watching it. And she's very much into her shows. But one day she was like, "Oh my God, I need to start watching Vanderpump Rules." Reason being is because Vanderpump Rules is a very, very popular reality TV show on Bravo. Okay? And the reason why my wife wanted to watch this show was because of, after 10 years, by the way, meaning when she wanted to start watching this show, it's after like 10 seasons, you know, so far behind. But in the mainstream at the time, Vanderpump Rules, it was already extremely popular. There was once again, a love story that broke. It was a cheating scandal, okay? It was a cheating scandal called Scandival. Scandival. So let me just take that out of the image here for a second. Scandival. It'll be hard to give all of the details, but all you need to know is that this guy right here, his name is Tom, which means twin, Sandoval. And he was with Ariana, which is this blonde right here. Okay. Ariana, love is in the air. Okay. Tom, Twin Towers, 9/11, the rise and the fall. We went back and watched every episode together, you know, and what I'm learning too is that there was a time where I just shut myself off from any mainstream, right? Because I don't agree with it. I don't put my emotional energy into it. But what I've learned is when I lean into love and I take the time to enjoy what my wife likes to watch and all that stuff, I just see it more and more and more and more and more, right? So I would encourage you guys, please don't cut yourself off from what the public is putting out there. Enjoy yourselves. You know, just take the time to relax and just enjoy, right? Anywhere you can. And that goes back to love. So anyways, it was called Scandival. So Scandival broke because it was a huge story, because he had been dating Ariana, whatever, for years and years and years and years. And then he, you know, it breaks out, if you will, that he was cheating on her for a long time. And then now you have Tom Sandoval. He's on these other shows called, well, one of them being The Traitors. And I talked to Rambo about that because he's talked about how the traitor theme is totally connected with all this stuff with the upside down plane crash. And he even pointed out about Marcus Jordan going through his own little story, the son of Michael Jordan. And I shared with Rambo, I said, dude, Marcus Jordan was on a show this year called The Traitors. And the ending of that game show always is a helicopter. So that's a whole other thing.
Wow.
But here's where I'm going to tie it once again back into my own personal life. Yeah, shout out Zenith. I know Sean says Zenith. I say Zenith. Correct us now, because I'm going to say Zenith until you correct me. But yeah, I just want to emphasize, it's nice to be able to relate to the normies, right? Like you have to. You can't just completely remove yourself from it. You know?
My closest friend is like a huge Laker fan, and he knows what I do, and he's like a huge Laker fan, and I've been like I watch it like it's just like I keep up with it and I enjoy it like it's like I don't know, just like it's just like a TV show or something, because I'm like, yeah, like it's entertaining, and I'm like, damn, like the Lakers have been killing it since Luka came, and Luka and LeBron, like it's taken, like I treat it like that. It's like, because it's still fun when you can like just get into it. So
well, that's the thing. What I've learned too is that if I didn't lean into love and take the time to just, enjoy what my wife enjoys, I wouldn't be able to see any of this stuff. And then it wouldn't have brought me to the next example I'm about to show you guys about how freaking incredible this is. It never would have happened if I was like, no, you go watch your Vanderpump Rules. I don't give a shit. You know what I mean? I never would, at this point, be able to show the observations and the experiences that I've had. That, once again, Sean, it goes back to everything we've been doing for several years, where you look back and you go, oh my God, every single thing we've talked about, experienced, gone through, it's so perfect every time. So my point is that all you need to really understand is that Scandaball, just for anybody that wants to know about Vanderpump Rules and Scandaball, it was a love story where this snake, if you will, was cheating on Ariana. Okay? I've been talking about the AIR, right? Air Jordan, all that stuff. It is kind of funny at TMZ's got it in black and red, just like the Bulls. But
and Bull, wait, is that the connection you made? BS, like Bull-ish?
Oh, I didn't know. I wasn't even going there with that. No BS. Dude, once again, I just scraped up this image just to show Scandaball. But yeah, no BS. But Tom, meaning twin, he cheated on Ariana. Okay? It's a love story. He was with her for years. That's where Scandaball comes from. Okay? So, my wife and I got fully caught up with the show up to the point where they were filming their last season, okay, which has ended now. And they're working on, sorry, really quick, Jessica Lynn. Hey guys, is this a sketch? Carmelo Anthony, killer's name, Carmela. Yeah, you know what? As far as I'm concerned, we are living in a sketch. We're watching things.
She meant stretch.
Oh, is this a stretch? Oh, sorry. I mean, answer no, it's not a stretch. Is it a sketch? Probably. The world's a stage, right? But here's where it's going to get really interesting. And before I do, every time I see Zenith, the name Ari has some meanings behind it. Please share, Zenith. So, okay, hold on. I asked Zenith how to pronounce it. I like both pronunciations, but I would normally say Zenith. Okay, so I was right. Haha.
Hey, that's not very loving.
Hey, you're right. But hey, we're brothers and I love you. So there is the whole thing about, jabbing at each other. Okay, so Zenith, but then Zenith sounds so chill and Zen-like. Yeah, no, that's a good point. Either is fine by me. Cool. But yeah, no, I like that Zen connection for sure. Really quick, just to acknowledge people in the chat. Dirk, it's so funny, Dirk. I just can't get over like Dirk, Mavericks, all that stuff. Dirk Zink. I used to say marriage was a love and hate proposition. My marriage ended in hate. I have replaced hate with love. My vibrations have risen so far, I actually see all my prayers are being answered. Yeah, man. I say, man, I'm assuming, Dirk, you are a male. I have been mistaken several times. So Zenith says in Hebrew, Ari means lion. That's funny because my dog Cooper was born on. I touched on the whole Neil Arm. Oh my God, dude, Armstrong, Neil Armstrong. We're talking about dying in the arms of the.
No, we talked about Billy Joe Armstrong.
Billy Joe Armstrong, Neil Armstrong. My dog Cooper, once again, was born on Neil Armstrong's birthday.
Damn.
And then guess what? The flag. Shout out to you, Sean. What happened when we landed on the moon? We put a flag there, right? But yeah, shout out Zenith here because they're sharing great stuff. In Hebrew, Ari means lion. So, by the way, I mentioned Cooper because of Neil Armstrong, but he's a Leo. My dog's a Leo. And it's used as, well, and don't forget, Leo, Lion King, the whole thing about the new Lion King, right? It goes back to Luigi Mangione holding up the Lion King, McDonald's, Happy Meal. He's not only going to McDonald's, but he's getting a Happy Meal. Oh, give me a break. But Zenith says in Hebrew, Ari means lion. And it's used as a name and in the context of the name Ariel, okay, reminds me of the mermaid, which translates to lion of God. Holy smokes. Ariel is a name that combines Ari, meaning lion, with El, meaning God, resulting in the meaning lion of God. Zenith, you are a brilliant mind. Thank you so much for being here and adding these contributions, because this is why I love leaning into this community so much. Because when I think I'm onto something great, it might be great, but the moment I lean in, I have my team. I have my meat, if you will. I have my meta that's just elevating anything I bring to the table. This is the whole message that Sean and I are really sharing, is that when we lean in with love together and we humble ourselves, each of us, we all elevate each other. So Zenith then says aria, air, melody, tune, specifically an accompanied elaborate melody sung as an opera. I'm about to add on to that in a minute, Zenith. By a single voice, enjoyed the soprano's romantic aria. And then Dirk says, life is all a stage. Yes, it is. It is. And you're on the stage whether you know it or not. You are, the moment you put your feet on the ground, you are walking in this world stage. Dirk says, life is all a stage. Spoken true words by Shakespeare, a Freemason. Yeah, that's funny because the first you know what was taken by William Shakespeare. What are the odds of that? Shakespeare, once again, love, right? He wrote all about love. Dirk then says, my 5-year-old grandson's name is Leo. Wow. Small world. I am a man. That's my real name. That's, you know what? My name is Andrew, which means manly. So Dirk, that's just one of your examples to bring into this whole thing. We are all living in this, and we all have our own personal connections to this, as long as you lean into it, right? As Jessica Lynn, kind of like lean in. That's funny. Jessica lean in says, amen. This is such a good community. It is. Yeah. Amazing, Jessica. Thank you. Dirk, truth. Yes, this is all about truth, you guys. And this is not about Sean and I saying we have the answers. We never will. We will never have all the answers. But what we do have are our own personal examples that we can always share with you guys to show what we're doing and how it's just unbelievable how much it aligns to each of us directly. And we are certainly not the chosen ones. Maybe we are, maybe we're not, but we are all chosen. Right, Sean? Wouldn't you agree with that? Like when each and every baby boy or girl enters this world, we are all chosen, right?
Yeah.
We are a clean slate. Day zero, we are a clean slate. We don't know what love and hate is. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So yeah, Coffee Girl. I love this community too. I would love to talk to you, Coffee, at some point. So, okay, off of my soapbox. Was there anything else before I keep going?
Oh, no, yeah, continue.
Yes, Dirk. We are all chosen. We are all chosen. And guess what? The funny part is that you have to, each and every one of us have to make the choice, just like we were already chosen, but we have to choose to know, right? So back to this whole Scandival thing. This is going to blow your mind, Sean. And this popped up today in kind of what I texted you earlier, but I know I kind of flooded the gates in your text about it. But just to bring everyone up to speed, Scandival, this is a big story in the Bravo reality TV world. Okay. This guy, Tom, meaning twin, cheated on his longtime girlfriend, Ariana, or Ariana, right? Love is in the air, okay? So I'll start here. This is a photo of me and Ariana and her business partner, Katie, in the show, right? At this point, there's a long story behind this. It's a lot to explain, and I don't want to, hijack anything. But where do I go with this? How do I explain this? Because there's two main pieces with this. So I was explaining that I've leaned into love in watching this show with my wife. Okay. And then naturally I got invested in it. I'm buying into the reality, the story they're telling, right? I want to know about so-and-so and whatever. And once we got caught up, it was before this last season ended. Okay. And as such, my roots are in Southern California. You know that, Sean, right? So are my wife. So any time that we go back to Southern California, even though we live in Orange County, it's not that far of a drive to get up to LA. And so in this trip, we we went back to Orange County, and my wife was like, "Hey, I want to go see Tom Tom." She said, "I want to go see Tom Tom." Okay, so this is Tom Scandival that we talked about. Tom Scandival. Here's me with my wife and the other Tom. This is a business. It's in Hollywood. Ironically enough, it's in the gay community, right? So there's a lot of gay flags, and I just say that because the gay flag is, or the homosexual flag. I don't want to say anything the wrong way, but it's the color spectrum. It's the color spectrum. So there's a lot of rainbows on this road. Makes me think of Rainbow Road with Luigi and Mario and all that stuff. We could talk about that later. But Tom means twin. You have the Tom Toms. We are at Tom Tom at this time, right? But once again, this guy, Tom Sandoval, cheated on Ariana, which became Scandival, right? Vanderpump, right? So I want to emphasize pump because the heart pumps, right? And back to this image, you guys, this is crazy. Talk about dogs and talk about love in the heart, right? Well, what was the thing, Sean, you were pointing out about that Matthew McConaughey stabbing movie, or True Detective? You were saying that like he got stabbed by a character named Hart.
No, by a character named Childress, and then Childress got killed by Matthew McConaughey's character because he was saving his partner named Hart.
Okay. So here's my point, you guys. This is just another example to show I was physically at Tom Tom where they were filming. Neither of us expected this, me and my wife. We just were like, yeah, let's go up and go see where they, where we've seen Tom Tom and all this stuff. We walk in and everybody's there. Cameras are up, and it is it's not like a closed set. It's open, but they're filming. And it was just so surreal because my wife and I ended up at the bar. We literally were sitting there just kind of starstruck, like, oh my God, what's happening? But we're also like, be cool, right? And sure enough, we're at the bar, and then Tom and Tom come up to us on the other side of the bar. They serve us shots. I even talked to Tom Sandoval for a second. We were talking about me now living in Austin, and he was talking about how he had a band show in Austin and whatever. The other Tom served us some shots, which we took, and the end of that episode, you will see me and my wife taking that shot. It's so surreal. Like we're actually in that episode. Huh. We don't say anything, even though while we were talking to them, the mics, like we see the mics drop in between us. Like there are people hanging over us with mics and all that shit. And the Toms are just doing their thing. And we're just both like, what the heck did we just walk into? But here's just a photo of this. Okay. Just showing at this point, I'm like, I don't care. I'm just going to ask for photos. And if they say no, then whatever. But this is Ariana. Okay. Ariana Maddox, who got cheated on. This is also Ariana Maddox, who after this whole Scandival thing, once that happened, she rebranded herself, right? This goes back to the reincarnation thing. So now she's doing Broadway. She's doing Dancing with the Stars. she's doing all kinds of stuff because how big that story was. Tom, the twin, he crashed and burned, essentially. And then now you have Ariana rising. Okay? What are the odds, Sean? You ready for this? What I'll say right here, look at that. Roxy rocks Chicago. What I'll tell you right now is my, soul bean, as I like to call him, is Rocky. He was like, I've had 4 dogs in my life growing up, but Rocky was the one that, like, I love all the dogs I've had in my life, but he was my rock, if you will. So now we have Roxy rocks Chicago. Why is she doing this? Sean, Chicago, Michael Jordan. Look at this. So once again, this is Ariana Madix. Look at the character she played in Broadway for Chicago.
Wow. Wow. That must have, especially for you, that's like super deep.
It's so surreal, man, right? Like, yeah, I found this today. Like, I just went back and looked. I was like, oh my God, okay, yeah, what? Yeah, just.
That's great. Wow.
Once again, call it a reach, call it whatever you want. I don't care at this point. I'm not saying that to you, just anybody who's skeptical. I can't. Once again, the rock theme, like the dog theme.
But you also brought up, like, you've been really big on the thing about the jerseys being burned, right? And Chicago's known for the Great Fire.
That was a huge story, dude. I didn't even think about the Great Fire. That is like the story of Chicago. Is the Great Fire of Chicago. Great point, man. Great point. But yeah, Adam the Illusion has talked a bit about that flag burning ritual back on March 8th of this year. But I've had that a lot in my latest work and research, showing you guys there's a reason why the flags, the Chicago Bulls banners are burning in the United Center. It's screaming a resurrection love ritual, right? Like when the heart breaks, it comes back. It comes back and it reforms. I've had my heart broken before I met my wife, but that needed to happen in order for me to meet her. You know what I mean? It's those kinds of things. And then here I am. I have a photo with Ariana Madix, who now is playing the role of Roxy Hart. Are you kidding me?
Is that current? She's playing that right now?
I don't know. I haven't had a chance to look into. I don't think so. I just know that this was a stint that she did. Oh shoot! Hold on, I'm getting a phone call. Speaking of which, wifey calling me. Hold on, just a second.
Oh yeah, I wanted to show this. Holy crap! Are you connecting this to the Heliofont video with from a hat here? Are you connecting this to the Heliofont video with Vanderpump Rules?
Hey, Sean, really quick. I'll be right back, okay? I just got to let Cooper out.
Okay, no problem.
All right.
Yeah, that's crazy right here. Are you connecting this to the Heliofont video with the Vanderpump Rules? I have no idea about this stuff, but iPet Goat is the 666th week of its release. Dang, that is crazy. Hey, Jessica, do you have a YouTube channel? Like, do you decode and stuff or post stuff? Sounds like you, like, just from the few things you've said, you've been dropping gems. That's crazy how life works. Listen to this. I'm a musician. I knew Hope Sandoval, her and David were telepathic. I just taught a young teenager student rising to you by hopes. Interesting. What do you play? What do you play, Dirk? I need to get into music for real. I want to learn to play the guitar and piano so bad. Yeah. What else is on your guys' mind right now? Thank you guys for being here. I know we're not talking about the stabbing story anymore, but yeah, so thanks for everyone who's been hanging out with us and chilling. Oh, so I have this idea. Maybe you guys can give me some feedback on it, but I know I haven't been doing like live streams in a while, but I think I want to try doing this thing where maybe I'll do it like once a week and I'll stream around this time, like at night, but like maybe I'll just like review, not like critique, but just like look at who's like other people's decodes throughout the week and kind of do some like little review on that, and maybe put some people's decodes together and just kind of like a weekly recap type of thing. And like not like a negative or critique type of video, but just like something to, I don't know, I'm trying to think of some new ideas. So if that sounds cool, if you have any cooler ideas, please let me know. Oh, okay, so you're from Jurassic, I see. Yeah, Jurassic's crazy. Like he definitely does things like techniques that are so innovative, like things that I've never seen anyone else do, but he validates it with his results. And yeah, I need to get back into him. And Cody, of course, Cody. Is that where you found out about my channel, through Cody? Because I know a lot. He helped me get a lot of new subscribers. I don't even know how many I would have if it wasn't for him. Let's see. Let me take over this. Okay, so I had this little thing I was working on right now. All right, here's a little quick decode. So we're talking about love, right? Let me just use the. Sorry. All right, so we've been talking about love, right? So I thought it was pretty interesting how love, it equals 5-8 or 54 and 18 in like both ways, like both, it's like 54-18, 54-18. So I was like, that, that must be relevant, that must be important and significant. And what's interesting is that when you type in Venus, you'll get 18 and 54, right? 18 and 54. And that's interesting because Venus is the goddess of love. So in Roman mythology, Venus is the goddess of love, right? So I thought that was pretty cool. And so I was thinking about, like, Jesus' love. Oh, Cooper. Oh my dude. Cooper is so freaking cute. I cannot with him.
Here he is. He's, he annoys the shit out of me sometimes, but I'm realizing more and more how much he's been just sitting right here all along. And it's weird, man. The timing of him barking and doing stuff. It's very weird.
He's so freaking cute. It's insane.
Yeah. No, he's precious. I love him. And he loves his duck hearts. That's his one thing, dude. He loves duck hearts. And he's very picky, as you can tell. Sometimes he likes these, sometimes he doesn't, but the duck heart never fails. Anyway, go ahead.
Oh no. Yeah, I was looking at love, right?
Yeah, you were pointing out the 54 and 18 with Venus and love. I mean, dude, it's yeah.
Yeah. So I was wondering. I was just trying to see if maybe like what kind of connection you might have to it, like because you're 1990, right? So I was thinking like maybe.
Yes, I am. Yep.
Talking about like 54:18 to your birth, but
well, and what's funny too is I could do a whole presentation about all the other stuff that I've shared with you. I was born and raised Catholic. I went to a Catholic school with Clay Thompson. That's why I wrote the book Clay of the Earth. But I also, my senior year, played Jesus. I played Jesus because I was in a religion class, and I was essentially voluntold that you should be Jesus, and I was like, okay.
mm-hmm.
And if you go back and watch it, right, the whole story is about Jesus just protecting the one that believes. The whole thing is just about ongoing temptation and things that keep you away from love, and how Jesus is the one that keeps you protected. And this isn't even about whether or not Jesus was a real person, blah, blah, blah. Like it goes way deeper than that. And I think because it says God is within you, and you will see that if you lean into this type of research. I also played, it's funny, in grade school, because I was in a Catholic grade school, I played Pontius Pilate. Pontius Pilate, who sentenced Jesus to be crucified. Pilate, air, love is in the air. You know what I mean? I'm just like, holy shit.
Mm-hmm.
What the hell is going on? Sorry. Yeah, no. So what were you on? You were looking at May 4th.
Okay. Well, this is pretty crazy. This is pretty crazy because, all right. So I was. So you know how Venus equals. Okay, so we have 5, 4, 18, and then Venus equals. Well, I was looking at the ordinal and the reverse, right? So I was looking at these two numbers, 81 and 27, and I was wondering, like, all right, if you go from 5, 4, 18, and you go 81, so looking at the months, and I was thinking about. So this day, so it's crazy because this day here, so this really stuck out to me because I've had my eye on it because for my dad's birth, he was born January 19th, 1959. So that was, he turned 66 years, or he would have if he didn't die, but 66 years and 6 weeks. So that's just interesting to me because this day is, so this day, right? So this is, my dad would have been 66 years and 6 months on this day, which happened to be a span of 81 months and 27 days from 5, 4, 18, where love is 54 and 18. Oh, Venus is 81 and 27, and love is 54 and 18. So I just thought that was kind of interesting. But
this whole what was that? I think Cody was talking about Val Venus in the World Wrestling world,
Yeah.
if you will. Val Venus love. Yeah. I wish there was more I could share about that, but besides the numbers and the overlap, I mean,
Yeah, I mean the 54 and the 18 is like I think just the fact that it's like I've never seen anything like it was like 54-18, 54-18 like that. Like I'm sure there's other ones,
yeah,
but super
yeah,
interesting.
it's perfect front and back with reduction, right? I mean, absolutely.
But then I mean it's only a 4-letter word, so it's like whatever. I wonder, do you know the name of that? I want to look up that. You know the song that's like L is for the way you look, or
Dude, that's from Little Rascals. L is for the way. Just type in Little Rascals. Oh, there you go. You got it. Yeah, you already found it by Nat King Cole. By Cole. You were talking about Cole earlier.
yeah.
King.
I wonder when.
Yeah, we're just gonna.
Recorded in
Let's
let's
see.
see. So June 3rd, 64. Let's see if we can find something. June 3rd, 64, right? June 3rd.
Why are we measuring it from May 4th, 18?
Because that's because of love.
Oh, because that's the 5418.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, I just want to see if there's anything, but I don't really see anything. Oh, that's kind of interesting.
I see it's exactly 553 months. Is that a prime?
Let's see. It's not a prime.
But it's also 4007. I mean, 47's been huge.
Oh, you know what's funny? Remember what I just showed you with my dad with the 66 years and 6
Yeah.
months?
Yeah.
So check this out. So my dad's name is Ricardo Desaad.
Oh my God, dude. You know what? It reminds me of Ricky Ricardo.
Yeah, I always thought about that too.
I love Lucy. Hey, dude, I'll tell you this. One of my other dogs is named Lucy.
Oh, wow.
I'm not joking. I got receipts I can show you. This is once again just adding to this beautiful story that we're living in. Like it's nonstop at this point. When you kind of know what to look for, and there's plenty more to look for. Always.
Yeah, that's how I've been feeling. Like whenever I find things that like connect to my dad in a crazy way, like what I just showed, which that I think that's pretty freaking crazy. I'm just like it just makes me like I don't know. I get so emotional because I'm like I feel like my dad is just like everywhere. Like he's never like he's yeah. I feel like he follows me everywhere I go. You know, but yeah.
And he does in the most beautiful way. It's scary to see it. It's scary to see it, but one thing that I'm learning in this journey about when you lean into yourself about all this, I'll admit there's anxiety that hits me a lot with all of this because it's a lot to take in, but it is also beautifully terrifying. I said that last night.
Yeah.
Because at the end of the day, I have to remind myself I chose to know this. Do you really want to know? Do you really want to have this conversation? Right? That goes back to forgetting Sarah Marshall. Do you really want to have this conversation?
Right.
And then he goes, yes. And then he blows up on him, right? So it's like, if you want to know, just be ready to know. Be ready for anything. And if it was an easy road, you guys, everybody would be doing this if it was easy, but it's not. But that's why it goes back to team. I wouldn't be doing this still without you, Sean. I mean that. I truly wouldn't, because this venture, as you know, you lose people. You lose people. And that's part of the journey. You know? I'm not going to get into a big soapbox, but yeah, so I was just pointing out Ariana Maddox, who I met at Tom Tom during this whole story, this love story about Scandival, Tom meaning twin. After this, now she plays the character Roxy, or the dog I'm most in love with is Rocky, and then her last name is Hart, and she plays Roxy Hart with Chicago. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's perfect. It's perfect. Tom means twin, right? So here I am at Tom Tom with the Toms at Tom Tom with my wife. I don't want to share a face without her permission. My wife is actually willing to, jump on at some point to just kind of talk more about our story, in the sense of, we're on different paths, but we both support each other equally no matter what. And she's had to go through a lot of sacrifices, just like I have, in our own love story. And she's been living it with me. We are all living in our own love story. So yeah, here was just another image. Roxy rules Chicago. Roxy Hart. Notice the sparks behind it. I mean, it goes back to the Chicago Bulls banners burning. It started with sparks that shot up during that concert, and then it lit the banners on fire. You know what I mean? And I don't think it's a coincidence that her name is Ariana. You flip those two letters around, it's air. Love is in the air, you guys. Love is in the air. I think that's all I had as far as visuals go. Here was the other one, dude. Look at this. Once again, back to Vanderpump Rules. With everything we've been talking about. Now we have Vanderpump Rules.
iHeartRadio.
And Capital One. The face of Capital One is Sam Jackson, who plays Uncle Sam. What's in your wallet? iHeartRadio, right in the background. It's a love story. This is a love story again. They're going to tell you it's reality TV. I'll tell you this. These people are very good at what they do. It was so surreal just sitting in an actual filming session of all of this and like what they do. And the camera crew goes away, and then they come back out of nowhere when they know it's time to film,
Mm-hmm.
So there is some reality to it, but there's definitely, it's definitely very controlled. That's all I can really say about that. Because I was able to actually sit, and I'm on the show. It's very quick. I take a shot. At the very, very, very end, I had to sign a waiver, right? Like when I was talking with them and stuff, and they were filming, put the mics in front of us. Then they dropped a contract in front of me and said, hey, we're just asking for your permission to use your likeness, if you will, if we decide to use any of the footage we have with you, right? So that's that world of reality TV, So I just thought that was a great segue addition. Once again, we talked about iHeartRadio. Goes back to what was it? We covered this slide last night about Jean Claude. Now I've been talking about Cooper DeJean forever at this point, but of course they have the iHeartRadio in the back. I don't know how many more examples I can share to just show that this is a love story. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, I know that you we've been here for 2 hours, so did you want to wrap this up right now and say some last thoughts?
It's a love story, you guys. It's a love story. Keep an eye out for the Capitals. The Capitals are one game away from dropping to 48-19 to the one team in the NHL who suck, the Chicago Blackhawks. And that game is being played in the United Center, where the Chicago Bulls banners burned. You know what I mean? So all of my money is on the Capitals dropping to that 48-19, one game away. And shout out to Rambo because he had been on that for a very long time, and here we are on the doorstep of that. But yeah, I mean, I guess just to once again reiterate, you guys, here I'm just gonna reshare a couple slides here. We were talking about Charlie Day in the Masters. I requested to share my screen. I think I need yeah.
Shoot.
Very quick. Gematria, A is 1, B is 2, C is 3. Jason Day equals 89. This is the 89th Masters. He's now being seen in front of a True Green commercial. It starts on April 7th. That's the same date as the college basketball championship goes down. On 4/7, Trump, the 47th president. We talked about Charlie Day. We talked about the upside down heart. Don't forget, burn, AU. Drake was in Australia, the land down under, at the time of the upside down plane crash. But then I pointed out last night, Sean, look at that. Charlie Day played the day man with the dog right behind him, the dog star. We talked about that. And then we also tied it in with his middle name, Peckham, birds. His birthday was the date of the Super Bowl this year. And he's best known for playing It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia, right? We touched on that. But Sean, did you ever watch the movie? I think there's 2 of them. Horrible Bosses.
Yeah. With Jennifer Aniston. Right?
Yeah, with Jennifer Aniston. Yeah. But we touched on that briefly last night too. But it was just funny because those 2 movies are about killing your bosses, and Charlie Day, just so happens to play a character in the medical field. And then you have Luigi Mangione killing the CEO of United Healthcare, going back to the United Center. Love is in the air. But you just look deeper into Charlie Day. He's the voice now of Luigi in the Mario series. But this just adds on to what you were talking about, Sean, about Drake and Josh. Because you have Drake Bell, Philadelphia, home of the Liberty Bell, and then you have, what was it, Josh Peck, right? Josh Peck, Be As a Child. I'm not going to go through the other golfers we talked about, but Sam Burns, Uncle Sam, Burning of the Flag, he's born on the heliacal rising of Sirius, the Dog Star. This is where we talked about the flags burning. So keep an eye on Sam Burns. Keep an eye on Daniel Berger. My brother is named Daniel, who has done McDonald's commercials. He's born on April 7th, the day that the Masters begins, and the same day that the college basketball tournament ends. Trump 47, Mr. McDonald's, Return of the Mac, all that stuff. Cameron Young, right? And then lastly, just some of the Japanese players because of like just think about Shohei Ohtani now in LA. He went from one LA team to the other. Kobe Beef. So, anyways, yeah, that's pretty much all I got. At this point, it's just amazing that this all goes back to the stabbing brothers story today.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Since I for the subject of love, I wanted to just like I'll end it with like a really cool little decode that I just think it's really cool. It's actually it's regarding the song we were talking about, the love is for the way you look at me.
Uh-huh.
So remember love, Venus is the goddess of love, right? Right. And you know how Venus is associated with the rose. Are you familiar with that? So the rose is a symbol of Venus. So anytime you can ask Rambo. Rambo can verify that too. But anytime you see roses, it means Venus. So actually, I could probably Google it, but Venus rose. So yeah, Venus. This is like the path that Venus make. Like from the perspective of Earth, this is how the path that Venus makes over time. It looks like a rose. So that rose is a huge symbol of Venus, right? So going back to this song, and also, yeah, exactly. Also, I'm a Libra, and Libra is ruled by Venus, so that's another thing that's interesting. But so this song, keep this in mind. It recorded June 3rd, 1964, right? Right? Okay. So Venus rose in Latin. So some of these ciphers I know they're not the ones that you generally use, but I use them.
The only reason I do use Latin because it's the Jewish cipher. That's where gematria stems from. But I'm very uncomfortable sharing just connections with ciphers I can't explain myself. So it's not about me. I don't like those ciphers or whatever. I just don't use them because I have nothing to stand on. If someone goes, oh, okay, so how do you calculate these numbers? You know what I mean? So anyways.
Yeah. But I mean, so something that's interesting is that Venus rose equals 1260, and so does Shandasat, the widow's son, in Sumerian. Sumerian is not too complicated, right? So I've always kind of had that in the back of my head. And are you familiar with like lunations? It's basically just like the new moon. So like whenever there's a new moon, which is like pretty much like once a month, they're numbered. They've been numbered since a starting point. So it's in chronological order. So for instance, the lunation we're on right now is what's our date? We're in lunation 1265. So right now we're in lunation 1265 because until April 27th.
Can you elaborate a little bit further about what lumination 1265? Does that mean that this is the 265th recording of the moon that at least we have? Is that what that means?
Well, not since since they started recording the lunations. So it started with when did they start? Yeah, so there's like a starting point for it. So the counting of lunations or lunar months as we know it began in 1923 with Brown lunation number system invented by Ernest W. Brown. So this was the starting point. And since in 1923, then they've been counting the new moons. So it's the 1265th lunation since that starting point. Okay. So I was looking at this number here, right? So remember, Venus is the goddess of love, and then Shandasad, the widow's son. So I looked at lunation 1260. That was the day of the Dodger parade for one, when the Dodgers returned back home from winning the championship. So you'll see here, that was November 1st. Yeah, November 1st, 2024 was lunation 1260. Okay. Are you with me?
Yeah, I'm with you.
Okay, so I'm going to go from the release of that song, Love, to lunation 1260. And you get exactly like on the nose, 778 weeks. And that's really interesting because Shandasad, the widow's son, equals 778 in primes. I like primes because it's just the prime, it's primes. But like,
so let me ask you this. This is a learning experience for me, as always. Primes. So how do I calculate the letter S, for example, meaning S?
It's a 19th prime.
S is the 19th letter.
So
67 is the 19th prime.
Exactly.
Right?
So all these are there.
Got it. Okay.
So for instance, M is the 13th letter, so you would use 41 instead of 13.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I'm going to shout out Zach. I know people have their own opinions about him, but he does great work. And one thing that he emphasized was primes are paramount. Primes are paramount. So shame on me for ignoring this cipher for as long as I have. So I appreciate you bringing this back to the table. But this is incredible, Sean.
Yeah, I don't know, this love thing, like this whole Venus and love thing is just, it really follows me around. It's funny, but so Cody, what is good?
Oh, Cody just jumped in. Hey, Sean, really quick, since we're kind of doing sorry, go ahead.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say, so what Cody brought up, this is like a perfect example of like, so we look at the lunations a lot, and like this is a perfect example because during lunation, and I remember Cody, he made a video like a few weeks before the Trump thing. So, and I know that you meet AJ, we had our own experience where we kind of called it too, but in Cody's situation, so he made a video like at the beginning of July, right before the lunation started, because he knew that when you type this, yeah, so when you type this, all right, so lunation 12, so if you go to lunation 1256, and Cody made a video like right before the lunation started, and that was the week that that thing happened during lunation 1256, the Trump headshot thing. That happened during lunation 1256, where that equals 1256. So like that cannot be a coincidence. Like that cannot be a coincidence.
Just like how it cannot be a coincidence that Donald Trump, born on Flag Day, he was inaugurated on 12025, and Cooper Flagg was born exactly 12,025,
yeah,
and 25 weeks on the nose apart from the date that America was founded.
Oh, dude, I forgot, because I remember I had showed this to you. But what, like, what's the odds of that, and the odds that from his birth to that day is that? So not only was he born 12,025 weeks after the founding of the United States, but from his birth to that date
Sean, hold on a second. Sorry. Okay, so you're pointing out Cooper Flagg's birthday, December 21st, 2006.
Yeah.
To the date that Trump was inaugurated.
Which matches the amount of weeks from the United States to Cooper Flagg's birth. So we'll go from
what do you mean? Wait, sorry, what do you mean?
So watch from 1776 to Cooper Flagg's birth was that.
Yes.
So then when you go from Cooper Flagg's birth to that date, which was spanned, but
right. Yes. So here's just a observation. This goes back to Michael Jordan. you can't escape Michael Jordan. Just uncheck the date.
You and Cody you guys should do like a collab on Michael Jordan, because like he's been on Michael Jordan. You guys are on in different ways, but like that'd be sick. You guys should I don't know, collab on that.
I would love to. I love and so much appreciate Cody for everything he does. He is an advocate for real, just like you are, Sean, of love, just staying out of the BS. But yeah, look at that, dude. Just look at the months on the nose. Once again, why does that 217 matter, Sean?
Because Michael Jordan's birthday.
Yeah, and it goes back to our post last night about Q2 Stadium. Q2, Q the 17th letter, 2. Now we have 217. That is Michael Jordan's birthday. February 17th, the upside down plane crash. Everything Rambo's been talking about. Everything I've been talking about. Everything you've been talking about. See what I'm saying? How perfect this is?
Yeah.
I'm an emotional guy. I know I get on my little rant sometimes, but these are the kinds of things where it's like, how much more perfect can this be, you guys?
Did you see how I mentioned that actually never mind. I was gonna, because I mean I thought it was pretty interesting that, because remember how I was saying that the day that I gave you Cody's.
Yeah, you being the bridge. You are the bridge.
So the day I did that, Cooper Flagg was this is Cooper Flagg's age when the day I did that. Because it was the 22nd, and it was the day that aligned it. So
hey, for shits and gigs, I'm sorry to curse. Let's look at, you got Cooper Flagg's birthday. Let's look at let's measure that from Donald Trump's birthday.
From Cooper Flagg?
Yeah. So Donald Trump's birthday, that was what? June 14th, 1946.
Oh, it's almost it's like a day off. It's like a day off.
Wow. Oh, yeah. 1 day off. I mean, but that kind of goes back to the cycles, right? Like, meaning it's 1 day off when we punch this in the calculator. But it's that cycle piece, right? At some point, it was 60 weeks, 6 months, and 6 days. But it turned into, 66, 7.
Yeah.
My point is how perfect it is, right? Like, right there is a good example where, oh my God, it's 1 day off. But it's actually not, right? It's perfect. That 666 fell right there.
Yeah.
As the zodiacs are turning, as the fixed stars are rotating around us. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Also, did you ever look into how like you know how like birds have been a big part of like big symbolism with, especially with you, like what you and Rambo have been talking about.
I'm insulted, Sean. Of course, birds fly, eagles fly. You know, we were talking about Duckworth.
So did you
We're
get
using StreamYard, which is a duck as the logo. I mean, yeah.
did you already look at like this comparison?
Oh yeah, no, you pointed that out. Hey, just a fun fact. I dropped this in the comment on Cody's live stream. Think about Larry Bird, you guys. I even have bits in my mini books about Larry Bird. Larry Bird was born on Pearl Harbor Day. 9/11 plane crashes. 9/11 became known as the new Pearl Harbor.
Mm-hmm.
Larry Bird. I even have a clip or a screenshot of Larry Bird and Charles Barkley in a McDonald's commercial in my last book. You know, like tying in Larry Bird, but this is an amazing addition. Flag and bird.
It's funny too,
33, you know what I mean? So yeah.
It's funny because so I looked at like my parents ages, how many days apart they were. So like from my mom's birth to my dad's birth is that.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, dude. This is what I'm saying, dude. You're bringing work to the table that, I'll be honest, it's going to be hard for people to keep up with you. And fortunately for me, it took me several years to kind of really start picking up with what you've been putting down since I first met you. But I'm seeing it, and that's why I keep saying we are all living in a love story. Everything we're going through is our own love story. And hey, Sean, really quick, let me ask you that if you could do me a favor. If you can just go to Google, here's another show that my wife is liking to watch, and honestly, it is so beautiful. Like I'm emotional, and it's very hard for me to not get kind of teary-eyed watching this. If you could please just type in "Love on the Spectrum" Netflix.
Oh, I've heard of this.
Do you know what it's about?
Yeah, yeah. You could read the.
So it looks like it says it was released in 2022, but it's essentially just about people that have all different types of Down syndrome and them finding love. And I'll be honest, I kind of envy these people, and I say that because they are pure. These people are pure, even though the world around them will judge them and all kinds of things because of their diagnosis. But they are pure, and all they care about and focus on is love. Like, they don't care about the bullshit. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They are children in a way. And that's what we've been talking about for a while, is be as a child, and don't overlook the word spectrum. The color spectrum. Color, light, your eyes. I may have touched on this in our last stream, but the eye is the only sensory organ that we have that requires light.
Yeah, I remember you talking about that.
The only way that you experience sight is with light. It's the only way that you can see, right? So yeah, I just wanted to say that for a second. I love this show. It goes back to what you and I were talking about, Sean, as far as please take the time to just dive into what people are watching, because it will only help further your own journey, your own research. But like, this show is beautiful, man. I love this show. And like I said, man, in a way, I'm jealous of these people because they are so pure. They are so pure. And they're just trying to find love and happiness, you know? And all the other stuff that you and I go through on a daily basis, they don't have to deal with that. You know, it's just beautiful. And this is just another example where they're showing you love is on the spectrum. We are all living on the spectrum of love. We're either in the heart or the heart chakra, we're on the crown chakra, we're in the root chakra, we're moving up and down. We're all moving up and down. But the way that we all elevate each other is through love, right? So I just wanted to throw that in there.
Yeah, that's beautiful.
Have you watched this show?
I haven't.
Yeah, they're coming out with a new season, I think, like this week or next week or something. But yeah, just go back and watch, and they just tell you the stories of these people. Some people are on one side of the spectrum, some are on the other side, and it's all about finding love. It's just beautiful, man. It's beautiful.
Yeah, that is beautiful.
Let's see. I was working on another image. I mentioned this to Rambo, I think, when I did my live stream with, I think, Cody. Time flies, pun intended. It's just hard to keep in line every different stream and read through and stuff that we do. But I did talk about a movie that, once again, my wife is just, she is, I always tell her she's my life's greatest blessing because she loves me and accepts me and supports me. And she's led me to, you know, some of these other things, One Tree Hill, for example, you know. But I did mention in another live stream about a movie called Don't Worry, Darling. Can you please pull that up really quick? Don't Worry, Darling. I think this came, 2022. Yeah, so this has been out for a little bit. I don't have anything prepared, but I watched this movie and it flipped me upside down in a way. And it's just about us living in a matrix. Us living in a matrix. I don't need to read or explain anything to you, but it does take place back in the 50s. And yeah, Sean, if you have some downtime, it's a 2-hour movie. Please, when you have a chance, watch that movie because it punched me in the face. Because that's, once again, a love story. Everything is a love story.
Well, I'll definitely do it.
Yeah, and you know, hey, I'll kind of end it with this. It's called Don't Worry, Darling, for a reason. Sean, you and I have never been here to preach doom and gloom, you know. Sometimes there's words and subjects that we talk about that are very sensitive, that make people think, oh my God, no, I can't handle this. But you can. You can if you decide to know. And the title alone, this is a scary movie. I'll tell you that. It's not a horror film, but it is disturbing because it tells a story about realizing that we are living in something that we don't realize. But it's titled Don't Worry, Darling. Don't worry. Don't worry. Right? It goes back to what we talked about last night, the book of Job. The whole Job thing that we talked about with you with that interview with In-N-Out Burger of all places, right? But don't worry, you guys. Don't worry. Okay? God doesn't make mistakes. You are exactly where you're supposed to be right now. And there's no way around it. There's no way around it. But yeah, don't worry, darling. Please watch that when you can. Cody, if you're still listening, please watch that when you can. I would love feedback from you guys about that movie because there's a lot that goes on in it, and it's a great movie. I loved it. And this just further speaks to what we're living in my opinion. I guess loosely, I have about another 10 minutes before I can close. I don't want to put you on the spot, Sean, but with what you know and your expertise when it comes to personal decodes, I've never done this before. This is right now impromptu.
Okay.
I texted you photos a couple weeks ago, but I know that we just keep talking about things all the time, so it probably got lost in the weeds. But I'm asking you right now, can you do a quick 10-minute live decode on me and my father?
Yeah, for sure. What's your dad's birth date?
March 29th. Sorry, September 29th, 1954. We were talking about 54 in the heart, right?
Mm-hmm.
So September 29th, 1954, I was born, March 15th, 1990. What do you got? You already got something?
Well, it's crazy. Okay, it's crazy because
Come on, man.
No, so I guess this is insane because this is something I've never I've been trying to put it together for a long time because I don't know even where to start with it. But so okay. So it has to do with Sirius the Dog Star, and it has to do with me and my dad too. So I guess you and your dad are connected through me and my dad.
We're doing this real time. I'm so sorry if you feel like you're on the spot, but you are so good at this to just find things.
Okay, so
yeah,
I don't know if I ever really, because I didn't really make it too known, but I pretty much knew when I pretty much predicted when Shohei Ohtani was gonna join the 50-50 club because I made a video about it the day before, and I was like, based on my own personal synchronicities, I was like, okay, I'm assuming that, like, I'll show you the video. Right here. Okay, so Shohei Ohtani 50-50 club. So this was on, and I'm not trying to bring it to me. I'll tell you why this matters. But so this was September 19th, 2024. So this was, or no, sorry. So I made it. Okay. Ah, damn! It looks so stupid. So I made it the night before on September 18th, and then I had it premiere in the morning of the 19th, and I was like, yeah, I think he's gonna do it tonight. For just you watch your video, the video if you want. But anyways, when he joined the 50-50 club, that was exactly. So if you go from the United States, because remember how Rambo was talking about how Sirius is so tied to the United States. You remember?
Yeah.
And the 50 stars, that has to do with Sirius because So if you look at Sirius, the binary Sirius binary star 50 years. So the two stars revolve each other. The two stars revolve around each other every 50 years. So Sirius A and Sirius B orbit each other in a period of 50 years, right? So
America equals 50.
yeah, and then so 50-50, right? Because there's Sirius A and Sirius B, so 50-50. So he was gonna join the 50-50 club, right? So the day that he did that, so if you go from the founding of the United States to that day, it was exactly 1,251 weeks, the amount of days from your dad's birth to your birth.
Is that a prime? That's my
It's
first
not.
question. Dude, well, I'm just noticing, like, just on the right side, scroll up, please. 248 years.
Yeah.
Cooper flag dropped in that. Oh my God, 248 years and 77 days. Cooper flag dropped with that leg injury with 2 minutes and 48 seconds left on the clock. And then everything we've talked about with Christ. Just type in Christ.
And Sirius the Dog Star is 77 too.
Yeah, there you go. So Sirius the Dog Star 77. Type in Christ 77. Simplest cipher. Luca means light. Luca wears 77. Flight 77 of the World Trade Center, Flight 77 left 77 minutes after takeoff and hit the 77th Pentagon, right? In Flight 77. Love is in the air. They're telling us that, oh my God, dude. How do you do that so fast?
I'm telling you, like this 12951, like I have so much to, like, I don't know, like, where to start with it. I have so much on it. It's like insane. But like another thing that I've looked up, I think I did put this in one of my decodes, but so
that is amazing, Sean. I can't say enough. Like, what?
I remember. Wait,
sorry, man. You're kind of rattling my cage right now. I don't know what to say.
So your dad's birth 929, right?
Yeah, September 29th, 1950. 1954. Love.
Yeah, I was just wondering what our dads were apart, but
well, that 224 is funny because of Kobe and Gianna.
Yeah. Oh, Seven's here. Dude, what up, man? How you doing? JC, 10 letter. Oh, dang, that's good. That is good.
So Sean.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. I mean, within 30 seconds, you pull that out. We're talking about baseball, right? You were talking about Shohei Ohtani and all that.
Mm-hmm.
Ball don't lie, ball, sports, all that stuff.
Well, because I know for sure, like I'm trying to like put it together and like really like flesh it out. But I know that this whole thing with like Sirius has to do with this father-son symbolism that I've been finding. Like, I know for sure, like, I'm trying to like figure out how to like fully like solidify, but I've just found time after time so many things where Sirius is connected to like father and son, and I think it's because the father and son is really bringing together like the two, it's like the two timelines into one, and and Sirius is like bridge middle symbolism because Sirius, like I mentioned, on the ecliptic, when you locate it on the ecliptic and go up, it's located between the twins of Gemini. So, and for other reasons too, it's like super connected to like middle symbolism. So I know that like there's something about like Sirius representing like the bridge, and then the father and son, and there's something like I'm still trying to like I'm still trying to put it together. It's like I'm still doing research kind of, but like what were you gonna say?
Yeah, no, just to add to what you were just saying, right? Dog is an anagram of God.
Mm-hmm.
Just flip the letters
Yeah,
around,
exactly.
right?
Yeah, exactly.
And what do they say? A dog is a man's best friend.
Mm-hmm.
That's not a coincidence.
That's true.
Dog is a man's best friend. If you just flip the words around of dog, it's saying God is a man's best friend. And you and I talked about airborne and how it says man was not meant to fly, kids were, right? So that all ties back to that.
Yeah. So I would say okay, so August 29th this year will be really interesting, something to look out for, because that's when you are going to become the same age that your dad was when you were born. And when it happened to me,
sorry, one more time. So
you're going to become
August 20, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, on August 29th, you're going to become the age that your dad was when
I was born.
Yeah. And just look out for that, because when that happened with me, which was last year in June, like it changed my freaking world, like upside down, like literally. And I'm still that day is still connected to stuff happening like today and stuff. So, but something I would do is like, okay, like now let's see how long ago from.
I'm still right here. Hold on just a second. I got to take care of Cooper. I'm right here. I'm listening.
Oh, shoot. Oh, my God. All right. I got something for you.
I'm here. What's up?
Okay. Well, one second. Let me find this.
Bro, today is written 3-4 and 4-3. Jesus Christ equals 43. Christ equals 34. Jesus equals 34. Today is exactly 34 days after Luka Doncic's birthday, who wears 77, and Christ equals 77. But
okay, so on August 28th, you'll be a span of whoops. You'll be a span of that amount of days, right? So when you go, this is actually pretty crazy. So when you go from when Shohei joined the 50-50 club, and you remember why that's significant, right? Oh wait, where you at? I'll wait for him to come back.
The one thing I'll just add into with this whole baseball thing, Shohei Ohtani, bro. I've had bits about Mike Trout and Tim Salmon, the fish. It ties back to 17. You and I were talking about love and 17 in Ohio and all that shit. I'm not even going to rehash that, but once again, me being a child at heart, I'm still an Angels fan. I grew up in Orange County. I was an Angels fan. I was never a Dodgers fan. When that news about Shohei Ohtani leaving the Angels, and the Angels didn't do anything, like he just walked. The city of Angels. He goes from the one LA team to the other LA team. It broke my heart. Pun intended. Like, I was like, oh my God, really? Now I got to see Shohei Ohtani just in a Dodgers uniform now.
Yeah, it's weird.
Yeah, I wanted to add my own 2 cents on that, where Shohei really connects with me too in this. Like, that really hurt my heart in a way.
Well, I mean, this is going to be really crazy for you then, because all right, so when you remember why that's significant, right? Because he did that 12951 weeks after the founding of the United States, right?
Yes.
So from the day that he did that to the day that you turn, a span of 12951 days is 343 days. And I found, so this guy, he does a lot of Bible coding like me. He's even crazier. But he said that in the Gospels, Father and Son is mentioned this many times. That's what this is. That's 7 times 7 times 7. So that means like that deep.
And that's why I'm so forever thankful that I have people like you in my corner that will show me something that's always there, right? This is another example of me leaning into love, Sean leaning into love with me, us sharing observations. I would never, ever, ever know about this without Sean. Maybe one day I will find this myself, better understanding how Sean looks at things, but we're all looking at things differently.
Dude,
oh my God. We come together, right? It's just, dude, this is.
Dude, watch this.
Oh,
so,
man. I don't know if I'm.
Okay, so you know the 29th is the day, that's when you turn, it's not the span, so it's when you actually turn it, right?
Oh, so now are you measuring now to the first plane crash? Why are you looking at January 29th?
So now, okay, look, so I'll go back to, so now I'm going to turn this into a date, but forward in the future. Okay, so I'm going to turn this into a date. So I think it was 12/9/51. So if you just use that.
Hold on. Let me finish your sentence. So you're now going to look at January 29th, 2051.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
And
okay.
Or it's the other way. No, this is right. Okay, so all right, so it's 305 months exactly, right?
I'm 35. I just turned 35 years old.
It gets crazier. 1 second.
Well, we were talking about 17. Notice the 153 days. You see that? It's also 25 years and 153 days. That is the 17th prime, isn't it?
Dude, you're gonna die.
It goes back to love. It always goes back to love. I'm not even trying. Cody says that's Erice. That's Erice. Are you from the Balkans? Oh, sorry. But
Are you ready?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, go ahead. Oh my God, dude. No. Oh. Dude.
So from like, can you wrap your head around that? Like that's
yeah. I'm currently taking the wrap around my head right now as you're doing this.
So not only that code, that 12951. So Shohei joined the 50/50 club, and I can show you way more reasons why that was connected to Sirius, because so Sirius in Greek, I'll just tell you. So Sirius in Greek equals 595. So I showed that in one of my videos recently. So when from his MLB debut to when he joined the 40/40 club was exactly 595 weeks. So that was the first thing that was like, oh shoot, okay, like there's something to this Sirius thing with Ohtani. And then on August 28th, there's an article. This article,
right, but the other
Shohei and Dogs Star.
Sean.
Yeah.
When you said August 28th, I missed if you mentioned the date prior of the other story. Was it August 27th?
Sorry.
I say that because August 27th was the date of the post that you and I talked about at Q2 Stadium.
Oh, that's right.
So did you mention August 27th?
I didn't, not the 27th.
Right. Okay, all right. But once again, right within those a day or two. Yeah. Oh yeah, dude. I remember when you shared this. You were like, dude.
And this was a week, and that was that was like a week before, or no, it was a 3 weeks before. And then so that was the first thing I remember. I saw that it was like him and his dog Star, and I was like,
Think about the stars in Hollywood, right? I can guarantee you, if you can find a bet on Shohei Ohtani having a star,
yeah,
among everyone else, that's going to happen.
And this is something that Casey Jones taught me. So 17 is extremely connected to Sirius, and I'll show you right now.
For me, I only go as far as that Asian equals 17. Simpler cipher, you know what I mean? There's a reason why Jeremy Lin wore 17.
Yeah.
Anyways.
So when you look at the Greek word Sirius, right, and then you look at the Greek.
See, that's a whole other thing as far as taking the Greek letters and then punching it into the Greek cipher. I try to always keep things simple, for people that are new, but I don't need to keep things simple other than when I'm learning, like right now. So I appreciate it again.
Yeah. So, all right. So Sirius in Greek equals 595, right? And so the 595th chapter of the whole Bible is the very middle split chapter of the Bible, like the very middle chapter of the Bible.
Like if I were to chop the Bible in half.
By chapters, yeah. And okay. It's also the smallest chapter. So it's Psalms 117. It's only 2 verses.
Psalms like palm. Palm.
So this is the whole chapter. It's only 2 verses. So this is the very middle 595th chapter of the Bible, right? Okay. So the ordinal value of the whole middle chapter of the Bible is.
Can we read it really quick? I just want to read what it says.
It's, oh, praise the Lord, all ye nations, praise him, all ye people, for his merciful kindness is great towards us, and the truth of the Lord endureth forever. Praise ye the Lord.
Okay.
So the ordinal value of that whole chapter is 1597, and that's the 17th Fibonacci number. Okay, it's the 17th Fibonacci number. So that's another hint.
251. It's also the 251st prime.
Yeah,
and 251 is the 54th prime, and love equals 54. My dad was born in the year 54.
Oh, good. Yeah, that's good. That's really good.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's really good.
Like perfect. Bop, 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 bop. It just goes down perfectly.
Yeah, that's really good.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No. That's a perfect addition. But so that's another hint with like Ohtani, wearing number 7. Ohtani wears number 17, right?
Yeah. Hey, I gotta add this in here. Sean, if you wouldn't mind, can you please go to your calculator really quick? Yeah, if you can just, go to your calculator and type in MLB, which stands for Major League Baseball. This is going to go back to what you were kind of pointing out, where it's like, notice that Venus and Love have that 54 connection. They have the 18 connection, right? But MLB, It's got the same ones. You know why? Because 54, there are 54 outs in a regular baseball game, meaning if it doesn't go into extra innings, it's 54 outs that need to be played. Right? Wow. Type in baseball. Baseball's got a double 54. They say that baseball is America's pastime, right?
Mm-hmm.
There's the whole legend about baseball just being the true love of America. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But look at that. Baseball, 54 and 2 of the base ciphers. I just did the Texas Longhorns thing, but just pointing out the bookends, the 54s. Then you got MLB with 54 in there too. Type in Major League Baseball. if you don't mind, please. Okay, yeah. So it's got that 63. You were pointing out the song LOVE, right? That came out on June 3rd that you pointed out, and the 117 that you pointed out.
Yeah, Psalms
So
117.
this all, once again, it's airtight, you guys. It's, yeah.
So now think about how weird this is. Okay, so the from your dad's birth to your birth,
The whole
that-
reason, by the way, Sean, is that I have a home run ball from my dad, and I have a grand slam ball that I hit in Little League baseball. My dad's ball, my ball. And I just so happened to hit this grand slam playing for the freaking Phillies, Philadelphia. Dude, like, that's what I'm talking about. Sorry, go ahead.
Well, so my dad's birth to Otani's birth is this. It's the same as your dad's birth to.
You see how quick Sean comes up with this? I mean, like,
I'm telling you, like the
he's
stuff
not even,
I've had
no,
this.
sorry, he's not coming up with this. He knows how to code certain things in our own lives and how quickly he's able to find it. Airtight. This is ridiculous.
And then I thought about what day I'm gonna be that age. I think I forgot when it is, but it's.
This is another example of being beautifully terrifying. Like this is a live example of, yeah, you know what? You're going to be scared sometimes, but if you want to know, are you ready to get your head blown off? Because this is crazy. Sorry, go ahead.
So
I'm just fascinated.
So I'm gonna be that. I'm gonna be that on this date here in 2027, right? So I remember I had looked up.
Sean,
what?
I'm sorry, really quick. I'm so sorry. I really apologize anytime because I have to emphasize, we talked about that date, March 23rd.
Yeah, I remember.
Sorry. Okay. I just want to make sure you were going to add that, but I'm so sorry.
So when the Dodgers won the last World Series so it's a span of 125 weeks, right? And when you type, I think it's just the top one. Father and son is 125. So father and son is 125, right? So father and son is 125, and it's exactly 125 weeks from when the Dodgers won the World Series, the last one, to the day that I'll be the age that my dad was when Otani was born, which is the same amount of time that your dad was when you were born.
If I can just add on the 125 with everything that you and I have been on talking about with the Fly Eagles Fly and Kendrick Lamar and Drake, if you could please just go to Google and just type in FCC 125 Drake. You can add Kendrick Lamar in there. Look at that.
Oh, what the heck?
Yeah, this dropped probably like a week ago. The 125 really stood out to me just because really of the Kobe theme. I'm not going to get into that, but with what you were just pointing out about this 125, I thought this was a good opportunity to throw that in there. Don't forget the main thing. Kobe Bryant was passed by LeBron James in all-time scoring the night before he died. The night before he died was January 25th, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it goes all back to the Eagles themes, City of Brotherly Love. Look, that
And it
game,
was also- it was also
that
5-1.
game was in Philadelphia, the city of brotherly love, where Kobe's from, and then he dies the next day.
And then it was also 25-1, 251, the 54th prime.
251, the 54th prime. Exactly. So, yeah, I just wanted to drop that in there.
No, that's good. That's perfect. It's crazy that it came out on the 26th because I made a pretty crazy decode around that date, the 26th, recently, but I don't want to get into it right now. But
Yeah, well, we will always have more to share. So let's do our best to stay focused. I mean, my God, you are dropping bombs right now.
well, I think let's see, what else could I?
Well, okay, so Sean, I keep saying I gotta have the hard stop, but I can't stop at this point since we're doing the kind of the live thing.
No, we can end
Baseball and baseball.
What's up?
I don't want to cut you off, father and son. We're talking about me and my father, you and your father.
Mm-hmm.
I pointed out these two baseballs. This is what I really wanted to ask you about. And I think that's a great stage that you set about baseball, Shohei Ohtani, and how perfect just Shohei alone ties in with both of us so perfectly.
No, that was insane. Like that's absolutely. Like I'm blown away by what I just.
And that was off the cuff, right? Like I didn't want to put you on the spot, but that's how good you are with this. So all I ask is that if we can keep this within like 20 minutes, hopefully, like just high level stuff, I would love for you to take in the dates of my dad's home run ball to my grand slam ball.
Okay.
This was both in Little League, right? We were both kids. This wasn't high school. This wasn't college. It wasn't anything like that. But we both hit a home run. Okay. My dad hit one over the fence. I hit a grand slam, and I didn't even know it. I didn't even know how many kids were on base. You know, people were like, "You hit a grand slam," and I'm like, "I did." Like,
yeah. And when Ohtani joined the 40-40 club, he hit a grand slam too.
Oh my goodness, man! Here's the. I gotta add this right before I share with you the dates. Okay.
Okay.
Dude, here once again, this is a beautiful love story. My parents worked very hard to give me a good life and support me. But part of that sacrifice, if you will, was that they weren't always there. An example would be this particular game where I hit this grand slam. So in other words, I hit the grand slam. My parents weren't there. They were at an event, and rightfully so. They're doing what they have to do. They would have wanted to be there, of course, but they couldn't, right? So when they came home, you know, I hit this grand slam and stuff. I was so excited to share it with them. And they didn't believe me. You know, at the end of the day, they didn't believe me. They were like, "What? You sure?" You know what I mean? Like they've been to several games, but it was so kind of that yin and yang, right? I was so excited to share it with them, and I just felt in my heart as a child that they really didn't believe me. And then eventually they learned that I did when I was given this by the coaches, you know, to kind of prove it. So anyways, that's kind of the backstory. So Sean, should I start with my dad or like my dad's ball or my ball?
Your dad.
Okay. So we already talked about his birthday. This home run took place on August 17th, 1967.
Okay. Oh dang! It's oh, never mind. Okay, so let's see. Oh, whoa! This is interesting. Wait, Think about something else. Well,
I mean, 1178 on the nose. That's interesting. I don't like on anytime I see something on the nose, especially stretching it out so far. That's always interesting to me.
well, that was the same amount of time, I think, from 9/11 to the eclipse. Yeah, same amount of time. From
11. Oh my God. From what eclipse?
from
Oh,
9/11.
from 9/11 to last year's eclipse. Holy smokes. Okay. Hold on a second. So I'm sorry. It's a lot to take in, but I always say it's simple. I just need time to digest it.
Probably some eclipse stuff related to.
Well, the whole Rambo live thing we're going to start doing is on the 1 year anniversary of last year's eclipse, where I was walking Cooper, standing right underneath it as it was happening.
Mm-hmm.
But what was the original? We were pointing out what, man. See, I'm forgetting the numbers already. You're going so fast.
So we went
we started with my dad's home run ball, right?
Yes. So from your dad's birth to the day that he got the home run, which was, don't tell me, 8/17/1916, 67.
Yes.
To wait, no, that's can't be. Oh wait, 8/17/1967 to.
That's correct.
Oh, I think it was your. Was it your age? Yeah, it was. So I guess the difference between when he got the home run to when you were born.
Okay. The other thing I want to point out, I think you flipped it the other way. Can you reverse it where I think what you measured was the date of the home run ball, August 17th, 1967 to his birthday, September 29th, 1954. Once again, love equals 54.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God. Just look at the days. Uncheck the days. Or, yeah. No, so 12 years, 322 days.
Mm.
If you add the end date, it's 323 days. That's when Mia Love died this year. That's when Caleb Love beat the Ducks.
And then I know he didn't get Grand Slam equals 323.
Yeah, I don't know where that number comes from, but that's amazing.
What is it again?
I don't know. I can't explain standard. I don't even know what that means. So,
oh, okay.
That is amazing.
How do I explain standard?
Don't forget Jason Kidd, as a child, the coach of the Mavericks. He's born on March 23rd. So is Kyrie Irving, who just went down with a leg injury, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So standards kind of so for standards, like for the first 10 numbers, it's just normal increments of
1 through 10.
Yeah, and then after 10, then it
just multiplies by 10.
Well, now it's you add by 10, so 10 plus 10 is 20.
Yeah. Sorry, I misspoke.
Yeah, and then once it gets to 100, then you do it with 100. So it's like 100 plus 100 is 200. 200 plus 100 is 300. 300 plus 400. Yeah.
Got it. Yeah, no, I appreciate you explaining that because, like I said, I'm not comfortable just sharing numbers on the Gematria if I can't explain where they come from.
Mm-hmm.
So, but yeah, that 323, we've been talking about that, etc.
Yeah.
Holy smokes, dude.
Let's see.
So, like I said, I really can't keep on for much longer, but I'm dying to know more. We can probably do a follow-up on this.
Yeah, we can. Just real quick, tell me the date that you got yours, and then I'll just check that.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe I can leave you with this and we'll talk about it for a minute. So once again, we're talking about Balldontlie, the baseball, father and son, all that stuff. So I shared with you the home run ball of my father. I don't know what the team name was or anything, but what I do know is not only the score of this game, but the date and what team I played for and what team I was playing against. Okay. So the date of this Grand Slam ball, which once again, I was a child, I didn't know it was a Grand Slam. May 22nd, 1999. 5/22/99 was the date of that Grand Slam game. And I don't want to throw too much at you, but I was playing for the Phillies. I was playing for Philadelphia, the city of brotherly love, you know?
Well, I mean, this is kind of interesting because I showed how there was a connection with your dad's home run and your birth, and then 9/11 in the eclipse, right?
Yes.
So when you go from his home run to your home run, this if you flip the 1 and the 9 over,
Yeah.
then 9/11/01.
01. Wow.
That's pretty interesting.
Well, it's also interesting that the date of my father's home run has pure date numerology of 111, just like New York. You know,
Yeah.
New York, the 11th state, all that stuff.
This one's interesting here. So, all right. So with the span, so if you go to 9/11, and 9/11 is really, I feel like 9/11 is really tied to father son symbolism because it's like it's the two becoming one, right? So it's like the two buildings becoming one. So so you got that home run 844 days before 9/11, and there's this verse. So I'm not saying anything mean, but I'm just saying that there's an interesting father related verse with that.
Yeah.
John 8:44, ye are of your father the devil, and the lust of your father you will do. He's a murderer from the beginning, abode not in truth, because there's no truth in him. When he speaketh a lie, he speaketh of his own. He's a liar and the father of it. So it's very father-esque verse.
Yeah, father, devil, son. You know, we talked about LeVar Ball, the father, you know, losing his leg, clapping at Michael Jordan. Michael Jordan drafted his sons, essentially, you know, Lonzo Ball and LaMelo Ball playing for the Hornets and Lonzo playing for the Bulls. I mean, there's only two teams in the league, right? Sorry, go ahead.
So I remember when I told you that's how I was like, okay, there's something with serious and father son stuff, right? So remember? Okay, so
yeah, of course, yeah.
So from your home run to so the day that LeBron and Bronny became the first father son duo in the NBA. It's 305 months.
Oh, 305 again. Why is that? Oh my god, dude. Honestly, Sean, use this as a side gig, man. Like, the people in this community would be more than happy to pay you for your time to do something like this. You know? And you don't have to charge much, but like something like this off the cuff for an hour. You can do that, bro. Like, I'm going to pay you for this. Honestly, I'm going to Zell you because this is crazy. This is one of those things where you can't cast pearls before swine, right? Like, there are people that are either going to get it and appreciate it and the people that don't. But the ones that do would be more than happy to support you in what you bring to the table. Okay? So I'm just going to say that, man. Like, you just offering that as a service You as my witness, me as my own witness, and anybody in the chat. This is crazy. This is amazing.
That's an interesting idea. I'll definitely think about it.
Yeah, where you're like, hey, you know what? Once a week, I'm going to do 1 hour with somebody, and find a way to offer that service. And I think you would be surprised the amount of people that would knock on the door, that are interested. So it's not my place to tell you to do anything or set your prices, but I'm just saying my 2 cents, man. This is amazing. This is amazing.
Yeah, but I mean, yeah, like you said, I know that we definitely went longer than we expected, but yeah, we can continue.
Yeah.
We can definitely continue this soon.
I appreciate it, man. Yeah, the last thing I just wanted to make sure you have noted down, if you want to look further into this home run grand slam ball thing with the father-son stuff that we're working on, I just wanted to say on the ball, I was playing for the Phillies. Okay, so I was on the Phillies, the city of brotherly love. We were playing against the Brewers, and the score ended up being Phillies 22, Brewers 10. So I just gave you the score of the game, the date of when I hit this ball, and the team I was on and the team I was playing. So we're going to cut that there. I just want to make sure you have that information if you do dive in further, and we'll talk more about it. I can always send you I did send you a photo of these balls.
Yeah.
So yeah, that was fun. That was very fun, impromptu, to just show what Sean's capable of. I mean, oh my God, man. I feel like a child when I talk to you sometimes.
Okay. One more thing I found. Okay, there's one more thing I found. One more thing.
All right, one more.
Okay, go end it here. Okay, so you're talking about your Grand Slam, right? So I went from your Grand Slam to Otani's Grand Slam, right?
Okay.
And remember how I was like, well, first of all, it's 13, 18 weeks span.
Oh my God, dude. No, don't.
It gets more interesting though, because remember how I just showed like you are your father, the devil, and then remember, so like kind of goes hand in hand with this Revelation 13:18 with the number of the beast.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And then remember how I was showing you how you have like the 9/11 connections, weird 9/11 connections. Okay, so 1 second, give me a second. Okay, so we're gonna use the prime cipher again, right? So Revelation 13:18, it equals the whole verse equals 4555. So this is Revelation 13:18, okay? Just in case anyone wants to see it, Revelation 13:18. Oops. Here is wisdom. Let him that hath understanding count the number of the beast, for it is the number of a man. Is number 603 score and 6. So this is a KJV version, and in primes it's 4555, right? So that's interesting because when you divide 9/11 by 2, it's 455.5.
Do you normally do that when it comes to like how you like?
Well, the
how
reason why
did you even stumble on that?
Well, the reason why I thought about this was because I was thinking like, okay, so we were talking about this like duality stuff. So like I feel like when there's like a midway point or like dividing by 2, I feel like it kind of they're always kind of it just like logically kind of makes sense to me.
Well,
And
yeah, I think in other words, it's not as, oh, the whole code is A is 1, B is 2, C is 3, and then play around with those ciphers. Why don't you apply actual mathematics to it as well?
yeah,
Right?
yeah. So and
Addition, subtraction, division, etc.
yeah,
So
so I just think it was interesting how like the devil aspect was involved because remember 844 days and ye of
yeah.
your father the devil
And
and
my
then
dad told me as soon as I really started pushing back on him, he said he is worried about my soul.
mhm. And then you know how like people
And I
say
could like I was so hurt, but I also couldn't laugh harder. It was like, oh my God, like I'm worried about your soul. But we're looking in the mirror. You know what I mean? So anyways.
I forgot what I was gonna say, but
I'm sorry to throw you off. My
oh no,
apologies.
it's all good. But no, and then I caught on. I just remembered there was like those interesting connections with like 9/11 and those Grand Slam balls. Oh, and then I forgot. So also the fact that you know the two Grand Slams, like your Grand Slam, Otani's Grand Slam, and then the plane slammed into the towers. You know, so
Yeah. Yeah, for sure, dude. I mean, once again, I'm not trying to say, ooh, I hit a grand slam and my dad hit a home run. I didn't even know I hit a grand slam until after the fact. That's the child within me, right? Like I was just, hey, I hit it over the fence, I hit a home run. They're like, no, you hit a grand slam. And I'm like, what does that even mean? It took me a minute to realize that the bases were loaded, but the fact that I pulled up this ball and I saw that, like I remember it clear as day, but I was on the Phillies. I was on the Phillies. Like I was wearing a Phillies hat when that happened. The city of brotherly love, right? It that's the mic drop in this next episode of Are You Seeing What I'm Seeing?
yeah,
Thank you so much, Sean, for adding that insight, and we'll definitely pick that up later, either live or over the phone, just
yeah,
about my home run ball and my dad's ball and all that stuff.
yeah,
LeVar Ball and ball. It's crazy.
yeah.
But this was fun, dude. We're gonna pick this up way more often than I think we realize.
Oh yeah, sounds good.
But thank you again for offering up your platform for us to do this. Last plug, I'm working on everything I can to get everything ready for our 1 hour, and I mean that. I'm going to be very serious about that. 1 hour with Rambo.
Yeah, let me pull up the
And
flyer again. We'll keep talking. I'm gonna find the flyer.
oh yeah,
Dude,
no, just
I just saw the Nelk boys. They just had Sean Hannity on their podcast. They're so funny, the Nelk boys. Do you ever watch them?
no, I don't.
Oh my
I
god, dude,
don't.
they're hilarious. But anyways, continue with what you were saying about.
Yeah, no, I was just saying, I'm just working on the back end to get the links ready, get the call in number ready, and I will be saying very little. This is Rambo's time. I'm giving him this platform. He's giving me his time. And once again, this is the bridge. This is where we all are a team, right? Giving people the opportunity to come together for a quick hour. We need to be disciplined, right? We need to be disciplined, come in with one topic, knock it out, and we'll talk again in 1 week because there's always more. But yeah, so I decided to call it Are You Seeing What I'm Seeing? And then that way we can all come together with different ideas and observations and mainly pick Rambo's brain. But people like you, Sean, Cody, Adam, Joey, I mean, the list goes on. TJ, Contemporary Problem, Philly these, right? All the people that we know that we've been with for a while. It's going to be a lot of fun. I'm really excited, but it will be 1 hour. It will open and close in 60 minutes. So thank you, Sean, for sharing that.
Yeah, no problem. wait a minute, hold on. There's something I wanted to say real quick. What was it? I'll if I remember, I'll text you. But okay, so I guess I'm gonna say, AJ, while you're in the restroom, I haven't told you yet, but I was thinking about something that I'm having to do, maybe like a late stream like this once a week. Like definitely we can it could be us, but I'm thinking about doing something like a weekly, maybe like gematria review, like reviewing other people's like decodes from other channels from the week, and then just kind of not like critiquing, but like almost like a
like, hey, we're going to talk about Cody's video from this week, or hey, we're going to talk about Zenith's content from this week. We're going to talk about Rambo's Patreon video or whatever, right?
Yeah. It's like if you're watching, like I'm thinking it's like if you're watching like the nightly news, and like the news, like they just have a watching. So I'm thinking about something like that, where it's just kind of like I don't know. So I'm still trying to think, but
I like that. I think that's brilliant, dude. Where we're all watching different things, taking in different information.
Mm-hmm.
But if you and I were to do something once a week, or maybe twice a month, every other week kind of thing, where we're all watching things, and then you and I can agree on someone's video and us add additional commentary to the work that they did. I think that's beautiful.
Or like a compilation of different, like just decodes from that week. So like it could even be like 5 different channels, but like just not taking the whole decode, but just like snippets from their decode.
Yeah,
that really stood out to us, or just we
absolutely.
can talk about logistics later, but yeah,
I think that's beautiful, man. It just goes back to you being the bridge, right? Let's keep building on that bridge, any way that we can.
For sure.
Zena said that would increase views for sure. I'm not even trying to intentionally plug this other potential business you can do, but what you did for me tonight, just coding my father's birthday, talking about in his his home run ball and all that stuff. I mean, that's amazing work, Sean. And I know there's people out there that would love to have that 1 hour with you to just talk, and don't feel bad if you charge just a couple bucks for it. Well, what is 1 hour worth of your time? Just ask yourself that question. The work you do is incredible. And we all know you, man. Like, you're not going to charge a fortune for something like that for 1 hour, or you can just shoot the shit and do your thing. It'll help further support you, right? Because we're always supporting each other.
Yeah, I appreciate the encouragement for sure.
Yeah, kind of like how I nudged you into YouTube a long time ago when I didn't even. I'm brand new to YouTube, so.
Yeah.
But yeah, I will always challenge you, Sean, because you do amazing work, and people need to see it any way they can.
I appreciate that, man.
So yeah, it's off to bed for me, you guys. Thank you so much for tuning in. Thank you, Sean, once again, as always.
Thank you too, man, and thank you guys who's been kicking it with us this whole time. It's just crazy. It's just crazy for me to know that there's people who support us like that. Like it's pretty just that in itself is almost more. That's almost more mind blowing than some of like the decodes I find. Just to know that there's people that support me and are down to stay with us this long. So, well, I think we'll definitely continue doing it in one way or another. But yeah, have a good night, everybody. Have a good night, AJ. I'll talk to you soon. I'll talk to everyone else very soon. And yeah, thank you guys again.
Hey, thank you, Sean. I love you, bro. And I love everybody that tuned in. So thank you guys. Good night.
Good night, everyone. See you guys next time.